Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. Today it's our first try with the mod Make Them Unique, which adds some characters with unique abilities and stuff, so excited about that. And we're playing Dong Zhuo. He's the Chancellor of State. He is a notable, cruel, villainous guy. So we're gonna play him as a misunderstood, pretty good person. That should be fun. We started out to a notification that somebody got married. That's probably going to be important. So Zhongji and Zuyuan get married there. We'll see if that matters, because that's like the notification as soon as we began the game. But anyway, so to set the stage, we've got the Emperor, right? And Luoyang is burnt to the ground. It was this terrible tragedy. Fortunately, the Emperor had already sent for us, and he's a boy, but we were able to brave the flames and rescue him and bring him back to the secondary walled imperial capital here at Chang'an. Now there's big problems. So all this green, this is the Han Empire vassals, but we know that they're going to start getting swallowed up by everybody else. So right now they're paying us, some, but we're going to expect them all to crumble in pretty short order. We have the various enemies all around, and we're certainly going to expect a pretty disastrous showing there. It's a really good weapon. We'll hold that in mind. So to start, we're just gonna have to figure out what's going on, right? All right, what's our Diplo look like? We're at war with 19 people. That's not perfect. Can we get a non-aggression pact with anybody? Not really. Does anybody want to trade? Also, no. And nobody wants peace either. All right, well, it's hard to get along. We're just going to see what we can do, right? All right, we've got a couple of armies. All right, we have Lubu and Zhongliao are rocking out. So he has Roar, Night Battle, Bravery, Zeal over there, Resolve. Oh yeah, wonderful. And then if we're if the enemy's stronger, of course, this ability kicks on and makes our army amazing. We are going to... Alright, so Lubu's army's up here, and our quest leads us here, so we're just going to do that. Now we have very expensive heavy cavalry. I mean, it's fine, but it's very expensive. We're probably going to downgrade it. We do have Night Battle to start, which is very good. It drops morale by 15, but Lubu waxes poetic. Are there any who can face my might? Any who can? Oh no, it's got walls. Well, that is bad, isn't it? Fortunately, we've got fire arrows. Unfortunately. They, Alright, is there some place that... This is probably going to be messy, but I guess it doesn't matter, right? Once more into the breach. They don't have spears, at least. If they don't have spears, then we can just run right in. Alright, that's okay. We'll just take a bunch of damage on the approach. That's fine, though. What are you gonna do, right? They have a... Oh, how exciting. there's this passive buff called Two-Headed Dragon, which I know has got to mean that Lu Ji is going to have an ability that's going to buff her. Oh, and what a joyous day that'll be. We're just going to run in and get to brawling. Hit a roar here, maybe make him run. So, you know, there's no point in being too fancy about it, right? We're just gonna start up and bash in, and I think that'll be all you have to write. You know, Lubu's a scary dude, and I'm just gonna sit up and fight him. Yeah, there you go. The auto-resolve probably would have clobbered at least start some of our guys, so there, you know. Sometimes you can be a little too precious about a siege, you know, and you just gotta say, like, oh, no spears? Good to go. By which I mean charge reflection against mounted. So G units, mini glaives, but not all. You know, you just gotta know the cards. We get some intimidation. We're gonna occupy this toolmaker. Of course we are. We get support for the people for public order and faction support. Hey Ollie, how are you? What do I do to keep order? Exactly, you know, we're just like a totally reasonable guy. Dong Zhuo looks to build on its success, so we're supposed to build a building. But where, precious? We could upgrade silk, that would be, you know, money's good. At level 3 it gets a bigger garrison, I don't know if that would be so good. All you say we've been busy with stuff. Well, that's good. You know, it's good to have stuff to do, right? But you know they're all still recorded if you ever want to catch them. But it's always good to see you know, whenever you do find the time, for sure. All right, we've got. Oh wow, his unique sword. They must have made it pretty good. I doubt. Yeah, that's it's got armor sundering. All sorts of things. You know, Dong Zhuo's probably not going to move into the field. Probably. We need to... Yeah, I mean, you know, like, I guess if Lubu's not upset, we're fine. So here we want to build... order thing? Tax thing? I mean, we need the money, right? Right. And we're going to have armies around here all the time. We're going to want food production because, of course, we will. Yeah, I mean, it'll help somewhat. But, alright, so the tax building's free, though. We're just going to build that because we need the other money. Alright, so... the whole coalition north, what do we know about that? We know from experience of trying to get over here that it takes a good little bit of time. So it's going to be like some turns here. And while Yanshu is here, like, it's going to be like some turns until they can roll things up. We know that we can pretty much anticipate how the battle lines are going to draw and that everybody hates us. So what do we do with that information? I don't know. These are good questions. First thing we need to do is worry about our economy. So do we try to defend this pass? Because Hula Pass is already dropped. And then there's Honggu Pass here, but like, if we just drop this pass, and then this fishing settlement, and then we can defend this pass, or like, defend in detail on the road here, and maybe that'll be the game plan. Because we're going to expect a lot of guys coming that way. If they have to come across the river, that's several turns, and then there's like marshland here. So, you know, we'll just see. We'll just see. I think we need to... say someone just from the title and seen the history and understand pretty much how this game works. Yeah, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's the first time I've played with this mod, so we're gonna see how it all works out. Now, I don't love this army composition. And in fact, I don't like it at all. What we're gonna do, though, is drop the cav off of this guy first. This is Li Zhuo, so we're not dropping him. And we're going to... We can just move it outside. We're going to want, like, a retinue over here somewhere, probably. Yeah. Whoops. Alright, well, I guess Liu Zhu is moving that way. Alright, he is going to go this way and try to, like, see about the passes and stuff. You know. That's what he's doing. I have no idea what's going to happen. I know broadly what happens historically in this campaign, but I don't know if, like, Luba is going to assassinate my faction leader or whatever. You know, it'll remain to be seen. Alright, there's turn 1 in the bank. We've got a bunch of characters. Okay. This is a character they added in. I mean, she's like a historical person. Give her some good abilities there. And then scattering blows, so that'll, when we get over to Flames of the Phoenix, or we go further over this way to get to Flames of the Phoenix first, because that's more important. Probably. I don't think they'll let me recruit this turn. They don't usually let you recruit turn 1 in this game. Alright, there we go. Oh, and they are showing me everything. I'm like, they're about to take all this stuff. I don't think they're gonna register my camera controls this turn, though. It's alright. We'll slowly look at everybody swallowing up the Han, because that is what happens at the beginning of the game, I guess. This is the first time I've seen the map from this sort of prestige rank, because we've got the Han Empire vassalized, right? So... Alright, so our trade influence has been lowered. And we get replenishment issued. We just need 2 more units. And we're supposed to try to destroy the coalition, which is like a pretty silly early game objective, but we're going to see if we can do it, right? Now here, if we... Like, we need Ma Teng to be our friend. Yeah, we're doing great there. Because if we can just stay on good terms with a couple of people around, then we'll be alright. But can we get a trade agreement with somebody? I would love to be able to get a little bit of money that way, but we cannot. The good news is that the tributaries from the Han are a lot bigger this turn, but, you know, we, obviously agreeing against the Saxon, which is cool, cool. Happy to have you. Alright, so now, if we move up, we can just snatch up this, right, because, well, we need to grab this first anyway. We'll go this way. So this is our vassal, so we can just like walk up and grab the farmland here, and then we'll grab that and see if we can get something out of it. All right. So do we spend a whole lot of? Not at this point in the game, you know. It's like you can't afford. In my mind, anyway. I don't know if it's true, but it's. I never feel like I can afford to build buildings early. But here, like if we don't get some more food, all right, there at least it's cheaper, and this is going to be all right because the tax buildings are free. And if we don't get more food, then we're not going to be able to stabilize our forces anyway. So I guess we just do that. Because the longer we can go without having to add another army, the better. And if we just move these guys over here, then we're still, like, it's a waste of money. But we've got to be able to defend up here, maybe. But if Ma Teng's our friend, then not so much. Soon enough, we're going to have to defend, like, at least around these 2 passes. You know, I don't have a plan. We're gonna see how it goes. It should be okay. He does give them fire arrows, which makes them worth keeping, I guess. Yeah, you know, that That army's weird. Do not have a plan. Alright, so Dongmin is the heir. This is our brother, right? Yeah. Okay, so the family estates, we get a lot of money from those two combined. He has the coward ability. So he gets huge armor when he's healthy, and then lower armor whenever he's hurt. Interesting. So you just got to keep him away from armor-piercing stuff, and then he gets to basically stay free. Alright. Well, interesting. Interesting. And then Dong Peishan, who is our wife? Yes. And she can make people make a unit, lose morale, but get speed and a ground type force march. And then she's got Empress Dong ability, which makes us money. And Cruel Command, which gets a unit fatigued, I guess, and won't take any damage, but yeah, just makes them incredibly resistant to everything, but also gets fatigued. Well, I mean, pretty good. Not that cruel of a command, honestly. We got this Lady Do character who's got an Encourage buff, which, good. And she can debuff someone's evasion in a duel. Seems real good. Lady Yan's normal. Gao Shun probably is unchanged. Su Yuan has Lament. So you put it on a friendly target and it makes them fatigue immune and attack a lot and go berserk. How did the state of affairs end up tonight? Oh, she's doing like a damsel in distress thing to him, and it's making him flip out and go stronger because she inspires them. Got it. And then she can make somebody 100% fatigued and immobilized for 20 seconds. That's an enemy. Charms them. And then if she existing makes everybody unhappy, makes more population around, and makes public order down. That's funny. I bet Dong Zhuo is going to have an event about her. In history, he was a man who didn't have a lot of respect for the concept of other people's wives, which we got a notification that this fellow married her at the very beginning of the run, so that might be something there. Alright, I don't think we want to recruit more guys, like, not yet. The longer we can go without recruiting an army, the better. Because we're not showing any weakness on account of how everyone in the world's already at war with us. Like, nobody is more unpopular than Dong Zhuo, who, let's be clear, they call him a tyrant. But is it tyranny to be called by the Emperor and to answer? Is it tyranny to, when seeing the flames of Luoyang billowing into the night, to have your army rescue the Emperor and draw him away into safety? Maybe. I'm just doing a bit. Dong Zhuo wasn't a good guy, but in this game we are going to act like he is. And if anybody does something wrong, it's not going to be him personally, it's going to be, like one of his generals who reacts excessively. Alright, here we're just going to wallow up here and grab Onding. Integrate it. Faction support, blah, blah, blah. We get some food production, very good. Alright, so this cav, if we just swap it right now to, like, low-tier cav, we'll save, in the course of just a turn or two, enough to get another cavalry unit. I think that's just what we do, right? We'll just get a... Oh yeah, I was supposed to say yeah. So like Dong Zhuo, he's like a bad dude. Like as I do the bit about him being misunderstood, like he's not misunderstood by like the modern world. We're gonna be playing this as, you know, all of these people, everyone at war with us is just slandering him and blaming him for some stuff because we're not gonna be doing anything wrong in this timeline. But unless some overzealous general does something that will be regrettable.
来，咱们谈谈吧。
But man, I just don't know what to do. Well, I'm like, I guess we don't need to go to that pass. We'll just keep moving this army around haphazardly. We don't need G Militia. G Militia are just trash. Paying for them is bad. Axe Band are better than that. Still not good. Early game units suffer for being not very good. But that's the game, you know, they're just militia after all. Alright, so we need to get another general into this army, but whom? So Liru could be a good fit, right? Because it has to be a strategist. We can go old Blade in the Dark, or we can go Su Yuan, get her out of the capital, you know, get her into an army where she can be practical. That's good, you know, maybe that'll keep her out of trouble. Does she have fire arrows? She does have fire arrows and flaming shot already. Very good. Now we're just going to go ahead and get one trebuchet on her. I don't love paying for too many archer militia here. We'll get him on the strategist. She's got pretty high cunning stats already, so get it there. We don't need to get a trebuchet in this army yet. It's too expensive, and we don't have any foes up here. But I don't want her to have just a totally empty retinue in case we have to fight somebody. Feels so sketchy. So we're just gonna like go over here and spy on them. I mean, we could. Maybe what I need to do, you know, maybe, because if I just get over here, yeah, like I'm being silly. We need to, you know. Okay, that was kind of boneheaded. I'm like, you know, what we could have done was use this army to vassalize those places, because over here is a lot sketchier. I don't know if we want to try to hold this land over in Chongyang. It's a long march to do anything over there. But, well, anyway, at least we're making money, right? Right. We're going to upgrade this jade mine. Hopefully, these mistakes in the early game won't bite us. Alright, so Dong Zhuo, he gives us... It's a really good sword. Battle loot, family estates, recruitment bonus, shock damage. So if he goes under 50% health, he goes to 100% armor, so pretty sweet. And then he has Reign of Terror, so he has an on-use to give negative evasion, but plus damage and unbreakable buff and an aura, and then Flames of the Phoenix. So quite strong abilities. No idea if those are his normal abilities or not, because I've never faced him in battle, I don't think. Not that I recall, anyway. I think it gave me the achievement, even though I didn't. Say there's a video you watched where they made a chess computer, it made bad moves, and then played the generals. That's pretty funny stuff. It never wants to remember, like, camera settings. I should probably get a mod for it. If he goes over here and colonizes this empty land, that will be, like, pretty nice, right? And we have been reduced down. The faction council ready to convene. Good, good. Neither of those are very good ideas, Lubu, but good for trying, you know. Alright, so these are probably definitely spies. Which is a shame because they are bandit sentinels and they would be good pickups, but I just don't trust that they aren't spies. So, we've got court slots here. We need to fit in people that we don't want to lose, right? See, how does this game work? Just want to show. So there are what I would call like two main layers. You have the strategy layer and the tactical layer. So here we are building buildings, we are moving armies around, we're arranging diplomacy, getting people married, recruiting armies, and such. And then there's a tactical layer where when I meet an army or I go to a town or whatever that we want to siege, we go and then we're physically looking at the battle and my guys are riding around on horses and charging into lines. And you can just auto-resolve that if you think it'll be boring or you've been doing a lot of fights, you know, but typically you do the fights yourselves because it's more beneficial to you to do so. But you choose at the beginning who you're going to be, basically. Who's going to run the faction. And that's Dong Zhuo for this run. But, you know, most of the people out here on the map you can choose to play as. Most of the major factions. All of the major factions. What I would think of as a major faction, you know, you can play as. And many of the more minor ones, too. But this guy... We're just going to sort of move him forward, and he's going to scout what's going on, you know, and we need to get to the bottom of this, figure out, like somebody said, they burned down Luoyang. That's craziness. That's not what we wanted to have happen. Alright, so... it is time to, do some research. Now, there's a couple of researches that are very important. One of them is replenishment here, but that's so long. Do we go for... because if we go blue line to get dragon... because we're going to need to defend, right? More than anything, we're going to need to defend. And that means we're going to need archers. So I think rushing this is the way to go. To that end, we'll take this one because it gives us a little bit of money first. And then we're just going to be trying to go up and get those good archers. Because then, you know, if we can lock them in place, get our archers set up, and use our powerful generals in order to dissuade the foe, then we might be able to make this work. Man, people are starting to get upset at not having purpose. Well, you know, I don't want to pay all of them. I think one of our mechanics is that you can just, like, execute them in order to get points for your faction mechanic. That's not really, like, what we want to do. So, it influences public order and corruption, increases when we raise settlements and executing characters in your court, and it decreases when you promote characters. Alright, so if you move people around, you know, it makes them unhappy, but... I guess not there. And it's like, so do we give this guy a job? It won't make him very happy. He's like a strategist, but like, let's see. What his abilities, he's got Wisdom of the River to start with. He's got that evasive thing. And he's not over on the side of the thing that we consider to be particularly important. Xieshu has hidden strike, and you know he's far away too. But he's even more. I mean, they both look pretty cartoon villain, right? I guess we don't need to hold on to Lady Yan. We're not just gonna axe her just because. Oh, she's married to Lu Bu. Oh, then we're not gonna get rid of her. So I guess we'll give her a job. Alright, yeah, so, okay, so we need an administrator for this place, right? Who would be a good one? Lady Du would be a good administrator. That's probably what we'll do. Yeah. Public order, construction cost, upkeep. Yeah, you know, just generic. Very nice stuff. Alright, so... there's that. Hu Jing, the scout of Taiwan, is a potential turncoat. Oh, she's unique now. Okay, do we have any spies? Yes. Well, in that case, oh, I was like, man, we need to see about getting her. We're too broke. That's all right. But so each of the different starts can be pretty different. Normally, I'm used to starting with like one place. And so, you know, the first several turns, you know, you're fighting one thing, you're expanding a little bit. But here we start because of the faction that we're choosing who already has control of the Emperor. You know, you find yourself in a different sort of spot. The more turns we can spend without recruiting an army, the more we might be able to make this work. Because we probably want to start upgrading the passes eventually. Because the passes cost you money, but they increase your the money you make in the places that are around, so there's at least like a nice tie-in there. But it'll be a little while before we make big money anywhere, probably. We're just gonna have to try to see how long we can do it. I'm playing with so much trepidation, you know, I should just like start hitting the button. Like, it wouldn't be the first time that I've lost a campaign. Because in 192, we know that Lu Bu is going to attack Dong Zhuo with a halberd in the neck. At least we know that could happen. And Cao Cao is doing stuff. Alright, so... we're going to continue as the Prime Minister, you know. You could also get rid of the Emperor or banish them, but that's not what we're going to do. We're going to continue being the Prime Minister of the Han. That increases satisfaction and prestige and, you know, that. And it also makes everybody upset with us, but it's the right thing to do. After all, the Emperor is just a boy. And somebody who has his best interests at heart, me, is going to have to hold on to things, you know, until things get better. Oh, so many of my generals are listless and upset, but, you know, there's only so much I can do about it. Without granting them expensive titles, you know. Which I'm disinclined to do. Alright, so we have 5 total armies accessible and just a few seasonal deployments we should get. We need... jeez, don't know what's right. we can just get some guys out here with an army and get rid of the retinue, so at least we, yeah, why not? Gao Shun, get him in an army.
柔以克刚。根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。
And chop through ends. This is like, because this way, when we want to get another army, because we're already paying these guys, this will be able to put down like rebellions or whatever that might occur, which, you know, will occur. The pass is not going to make us money, and in fact it's going to lose it, but, you know, the multiplication tables might work out eventually in our favor. Here we don't need... Well, I mean, this is a garrison building, though. We do need a garrison building. Like, we need all that we can get to protect this city. We probably... Eventually, we want to recruit her, get an expensive retinue of powerful stuff, and then drop her immediately so that she can defend. But that'll wait. Do we have assignments? We do have assignments. Alright, Lady Yan will get some tax collection going on. Liru can filial and corrupt. Probably would have been better to do that a few turns ago, but, you know, that's all stuff that we'll remember to do in the future, you know. Because that will boost the satisfaction up out of this range, at least for a little while. Alright, so we're just going to move over here. We're going to hope that he takes Onding and that we're going to be able to roll it afterward. But he might just be running over here. In the event of that, we do want to grab this to complete the commandery, probably. But also to potentially see about giving battle to Zhengzheng. Alright, so she has... Oh, look at her. She's awesome. Time to play Zhengzheng again. No, not really. We've got Lu Ji waiting this time, so that'll be a joy.
待时而发。唯有扫清六合，天下才能平定。开战！
I'm like, I guess he's not coming immediately. I don't know how long it's going to take him to come at me, bro, but... Alright, maybe we should have taken this. I mean, it does have an iron mine, and she's going to grab it. Are we at war with her already? Yeah. Well, maybe dealing with that first could be good. She is, after all, pretty strong. How would we deal with her? Ah, Lu Bu can hit her. That'd work.
欢迎，我们谈谈吧。
I feel so nervous. I should probably just stop thinking about it and go, cause like, what are we gonna do to stop it, right? What can we do? All we can do is attempt to prepare, and we're doing that anyway, right? We are doing that anyway. And we'll give up Hongbu Pass, I think. I mean, not like away. We'll make them take it to slow him down. But I think Tong Pass will be the one that we worry about actually holding. I'm treacherous? What? Ridiculous. I can't believe that this game would call me that. Usurper of the throne. The throne's right here. I haven't done anything. Why won't they just leave us alone? Alright. And the old filial and uncorrupt rolling lets us stabilize. Like, I know a fugitive officer is what I would want, but I also know she's a spy. Alright, so we do need to put somebody into the court, though, right? This guy's got filial and incorrupt, so we know we need to keep him happy anyway, just so we can keep on using it repeatedly, right? And food is good, so we'll do that. We're gonna put her here. The counselor, you know, the person that's like, no, it doesn't really fit her position internally. You know, we should at least pay some sort of idea to the idea that these are, you know, people that are supposed to be in the role, at least for right now. She's not unhappy yet, but. So Grand Tutor, if we make this guy here, then he won't even care. Because he doesn't even desire higher office yet. So... I'm like, well, regardless of whether or not these... Well, no, because we do have to pay for them, right? So let's just see if it pays off right now. Right now, we are making some money from peasantry and not from the others. So the court position for peasantry works as a place to put them. Like I said, I wasn't going to do it, but, you know, hey, it'll keep her happy, right? She's the counselor now, the chief civil officers. That would cause more discontent than most other things, I imagine. China is not as progressive, you know, as I am. I'm all about it. Look, I'll make her the heir to the faction eventually. I don't care. That'd be a fun story. Her and Lu Ji can party. You know, they'll be having a time. All right, Grand Excellency. We'll hold on to that in case we want to make somebody happier. Grand Tutor. I mean, that'll get us more experience for characters. That would be good to get, and soon. I guess we'll just put this little pointy-headed guy in there with his villain's beard, and we'll see how he works out there. What's the worst that could happen? We'll get a game over? Eh. Probably not. But of course, the more that this initial phase plays out, the less money we're going to be paid by our... We're just going to turn off the faction moves for a little bit, and hopefully it'll remember that. Tax collector attacked. What? Ah. Alright, so Dongmin.
威加海内，乱世随定。出发！再一次感受到了家的温暖。
Get that, and it's a much bigger garrison. Probably all, you know, archer militia, but theoretically defensible. But I like the idea of the pass more because this... Now this is really got good land because this is what gives you replenishment over here. But if we're going to allow them to press up to here, and we probably are, then it doesn't really benefit us to wait there. Here we're going to have to spend all 4 grand on this. Probably not good, actually. Probably wasteful. What are you going to do?
开战。
We're going to roll on up here because we know that this place is not going to be stable for too long. Oh, yeah, this is all income tax stuff. Well, you know, might as well get somebody out there. We will send Dong Zhuo out there. We'll give him a job. You know, he's the outsider. He married into the situation. All right. New battles rolling up there, and Yuan Shu declares war on Liu Chong, which is of course very good for us, and indeed the world. Yuan Shao's rolling around in there. Does anybody want peace yet? Alright, so a lot of people have moved into the maybe column, which doesn't mean they want it. Han Sui! Hooray! Alright, so we are going to negotiate a trade deal.
我方接受你的提议。
Make a little bit of money here. Good, good, good.
开战。
Hey, Luke. Oh yeah, it's actually my day off. I just I sat around and played Hades absentmindedly while I watched baking shows and this 2v2 tournament and took naps and stuff. They really went all out with the art for Tzu Yuan in this mod, but it looks like the rest of the it looks like she was just a special case, so you know, which fits her personality, or rather the place she plays, you know, in society and the lore and all that. But a little eyebrow raising when I first got it, I'm like, oh, okay, guess it's that kind of mod. No. And then I looked at everybody else. I'm like, oh, okay, we're all right then. The Imperious Empress. Calling herself the Empress. The Emperor's right here. Alright, so we know we don't want Shuofeng. It's a trap, because it's difficult to defend and you have to keep an army up there forever to dissuade the foes. Now... we're going to try to grab her. So we can just straight rush extractor right now, right? And this also, because we want to go and roll up Zhengxiang. So, yeah. Alright, good stuff. Pop in, pop out, perfection. And now, you know, we'll have another strategist for one of these empty armies. And most importantly, I'll get to see what her abilities are like. What are they like? She's a scout of Taiwan. High taxes, farmer abilities, generals. Oh, okay. Alright, so she gives negative upkeep for range units. Faction-wide. Nice. They give her marksman of Taiwan, so fire arrows. Hey! Hey, there you go. They fixed the problem of fire arrows. Yeah, you know, if there's a rebellion, obviously we put it down. We're not gonna, manipulate things so that rebellions happen. I mean, we're a good guy. Alright, and then they give her a quick preparation, so it gives her night battles there, and then this ability for speed, charge speed, and attack rate for auras for generals. Normal stuff on the top, and then Stalker for the forest thing. They just start her on the other side of the tree, and then... yeah, cool. And this is an ability, active ability, 5 of them, for a nice little, you know, little poke shot, 15-second cooldown, big damage, not extreme, pretty good, good stuff. Now here, I don't, like... I think we just rolled across the river with this army.
知难而上，以成大业。
Without getting any more, and then just trust to Lubu to be able to win the beatdown, right? And, yeah. Expect those I was trying to... Yeah, you know, I figured Mateng wouldn't want to be friendly too long, but right now, you know, we're trending up.
必须重燃斗志。
Don't really take too long to start with it. Yeah, I wasn't planning on it in the short term. I wasn't even planning on trying to hold this pass. I was like, you know, if we let them have that one, whatever. If we hold this pass, we can, you know, quickly retake this as we need. And then the Wu pass is better anyway. They can't get in that way, and if they want to come in here, it's so annoying to come this way. We know from experience that, like, I figured funneling them into here, because then even if they manage to take the Tong Pass, we fall back here. We've got ambushes. We've got, you know, all of the defending to tail. Keep it stuck on Hong Nong. Yeah. I want to defend it because you get a denied replenishment here, but I just didn't want to... I didn't want to recruit a stack yet. I'm sure you understand, you know. The longer we can keep this 5k treasury and you know, develop buildings and stuff, then when we turn the corner into, oh, let's get an army, you know. Because every 2.5 turns we don't have a unit, we can, you know, pay for that unit again. But we're just going to roll up with the skeleton crew, trusting in our very bonkers generals to beat the brakes off of other people. And now that we've taken Zhang Xiong's strategist, you know, feeling pretty good about that. I was like, look, the whole world hates us, but we know they're far away because the visibility of the vassal lets us feel pretty okay right now, right? Like, we know that, you know, for example, Yan Shao is over here. And yeah, that armor's scary, and... Chunyu Cheong. Drunken and incompetent. Nice. How nice to see more unique portraits around. I looked around on, like, the different faction things, and I was like, there's so many more named people associated. It's very exciting. And two, it's like... It's funny because just like, sort of like in Warhammer when someone does like a custom character or a custom faction, in this, how busted can they be? And like, when you compare it to literally anything, you know, like, is the game balance harmed by more people being awesome? It can't be. Keep intimidation, you can commercial how much money. Right, right. Alright, we're just gonna... Can I do this now? Okay, yes. I can see your name here. Alright, we're just gonna... We'll do it on an intern. I kept forgetting to do it because I couldn't authorize your comments without knowing your username, but I could have just clicked on that to go to your channel name. Got it. Good. Alright. Alright, where's it at? Oh. Why does it say you're not found? Huh. Well. Anyway, I don't know. This is annoying. Anyway, that's enough of me trying to do something that's not a game. My skin feels hot. Anyway, we're just gonna keep on playing the game. I'll try to find it some other time, I guess. Anyway. Crossing the river.
继续前进，准备进港。
More food. More food plus big garrison, pretty important. We're finally making some money. Big garrison here, yeah, because being able to defend that would be the ideal. And she's got the admin stuff and these cool dignity encourage abilities. It does sound very nice, but you know, we're gonna give her the admin abilities because that's where it's, you know, she already has some. So yeah, I was thinking because you know you got an iron mine also, and it's a nightmare to get in there. But I figured, yeah, we could roll up here, bash Zhengxiong, just to, you know, we don't want her to be our neighbor, right? We don't. Plus, she's a bandit, and that entirely fits with our good guy persona. I mean, our good guy characteristics, our personality, that's what it's called. And boost that pass up too. Gotta have your walls and your big garrison. And we gotta run, you know, we know we gotta defend, so we know we gotta run to the dragons. We're gonna take the trade agreement thing mainly because I wasn't thinking. We need to build a school somewhere for that, or we're not going to be able to get up the tree. Rough. Well, this will be ready soon. I don't even think we get another building slot, though. I don't want to drop the garrison for it. You know, maybe dropping the garrison for it is proper, but, you know, in the current timeline, since obviously our main concern is the safety of the Emperor, we can't just get rid of the garrison. Yeah, it's like, we've only got one trade agreement, and nobody wanted them. That one's close enough to where maybe we can pay it off and it'll be worth it. But no, he's gonna get wrapped up by somebody soon, probably? Not necessarily, though.
有话快说。
And even if we pay the value of the agreement, yeah. Even if paying the value of the agreement, which was less than that, you know, we end up making about 350 off of it. That's when I realized that this wasn't the land of Zhonglu at all. Think of our, that's why officially. Oh yes, that is a way to do it. I always forget, cause right, cause we have all those abilities here already. Cause we started out you know, with the playstyle focused on oppression and control. He's already got filial and corrupt. Going across the bottom won't help any there, and going across the top will make him be useful in the event that we push him into an army someday, if we get more people. There's power in that vein. Okay, so she also starts with... Oh, they give her a sweet bow. The Wind of Taiyon. Good for her.
请下命令。
心如止水，气聚神明。
Because you can't, with Zheng Zheng, it's harder to get the satisfaction in the early game, right? Like, now that you said, I'm like, maybe I should see if we can give one of them. No. That'll help a little bit. Maybe. Maybe.
闻风而动，雷厉风行。
Oh, they've just got another strategist. Well, you know.
我吕奉先自是一方英雄。
We'll move to ambush here, and we'll go in and pop them next turn in the event that they're still there. We still have barely enough space for food. Upgrading there. Good, good, good. It lets us fight the night battle. Alright. Good. Time to see if we can get to it, right?
敌人很快就会见识到我们的强大。
不管是谁跟我作对， 都得死。
Surprised they didn't add He Xiong, but he dies before, and yeah, then they added the other one. Yeah, you know, they just sort of, they like to make it depend, right? Alright, so for here, we want to be able to maneuver. Yeah. She has Wisdom of the River, so if we can get them into a duel, we can just drop her attack. Of course, if we get them into a duel, we know that she'll do a ton of damage, but Lu Bu will do more. And Zhang Liao will do more, probably. He's got Roar also. I gotta remember that he's got Roar. So, we'll be able to run in and immediately... Yeah, we'll just need to... Yeah, this will be fine. Between fire arrows, the Roar, and the effect of charging in Cav, we should be able to just crumble any of their positions as soon as they get there. Yeah, no, all she's got is Binding Fury. Also, I found the place to take skirmish mode and put defend on, and so now I can finally just play the game, right? Also, I found the setting to stack them by their unit card type rather than their retinues, so now, you know, the blues together and so on. Anyway, huge advances in my UI management. Anybody want to brawl? They do have a whole lot of spears. But Lu Bu's mere presence is going to make them run, right? Yes, that's exactly right. He strikes actual literal fear into the hearts of his opponents. As well he should, right? And then she gets a massive hit on him, though. You know, do we just run off of the horse here? No, we run in here, and we're going to be able to crumble the whole position. I'm like, why am I pretending that I don't know how to one-man army? You just charge, that's all you gotta do. And then we get off of the horse and murk her. Oh, you want to duel me? Very well, I accept. And now, as she tries to turn around... Come on. As she tries to turn around... There we go. We might just lose Lu Bu here, right? This is going much worse than I thought. I thought we were just gonna hit her. We're not hitting her, though. She's hitting us. Man, oh man, is she ever hitting us. It's okay. Now we're getting her. There we go. I was like, I expected to just knock her down. And it doesn't work. Anyway, Lu Bu loses a fight. Oh, she came back. Oh, goodness. Oh, no, she came back. Oh, I'm gonna lose. What? I thought it was over. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. Oh, God, I'm a moron. She's at full health now. I thought it was actually over. It isn't. I thought the fight was done. But we might be able to get him in on there. And he should be able to make alright work of her, given that she's on a horse and he isn't. And she's got 0 melee evasion due to that. I don't think she has much anyway. But it'll knock the armor down. There we go. And I get, like, this time just don't let her go. Jeez.
离胜利又近了一步。
I was really surprised by that. Like, okay. Madness. Not that he lost the duel, I mean, whatever. Like, I'm bad, but they just turned around and came right back. I did not expect that.
此乃天意。
I kind of need another strategist. Yeah. Now we could take him and just take the statue, I guess.
我也会饶你，放了他们，让他们牢记我的大恩大德。
Guardian General doesn't get it. Ah. Oh no, now we're in for some trouble. So... you can just get rid of this guy. Because we know he's trying to trick us, right? But I guess we employ her. I mean, we have to follow the story. Kind of afraid of what her character is going to look like. Oh, thank goodness. They kept it the same. Good deal. I guess she's already a character, so they wouldn't have needed to make her unique. But another filial and incorrupt to roll, and that'll make everybody very pleased indeed. Alright, so we're just going to cancel this tax collecting there, because that's more important. We can't afford the food to do that, although I really would like to. Do we demolish... No, we drop the tax building here to build a school so that we can unlock the tech. Lubu lost his, you know... He lost his duel, but he, like you said, it's better for him to get wounded and then pop back up. So we're just going to go ahead and take this. Oh, not a night bite. I guess we don't want to... Yeah, we obviously are going to want to do this the real way. Even with towers, I'm sure the auto-resolve would be worse to us. Also, Lu Bu will want his revenge, right? He's going to be very embarrassed after Zhang Liao's like, oh yeah, no, I hit her with my sword. It's like when you're trying to get a jar and you let somebody else do it and they immediately get it. And you're like, yeah, I loosened it up for you. Oh, Dong Zhuo will be from over there anyway. Well, we will meet her over here. They might sally out to us. In the event that they do, we'll be ready for them. Oh yeah, because she has basically no HP anyway. We can just charge in. She doesn't want to duel you this time, Lupu. Leave her alone. This is a bandit sentinel with poison volley. We need to duel them, hopefully. Oh, she, wow, got murked. Yikes. Anyway, guess she didn't have as much HP as I imagined. We're gonna get off of the horse and run at her. Anyway, and we just throw away all of our forces by charging in. Man, I am so bad at this game, huh? You know, I play a little bit with a better army than I deserve, and then whenever we have to have a fair fight, I lose. This isn't even a fair fight. We're still doing so bad. I didn't know she was hitting the strategist. And also, I figured because all of her damage is basically AP, that... And Lu Bu, like, loses melee evasion. I figured it'd be easier for her to kill him than Lu Bu, or kill Lu Bu than to kill a strategist, honestly. I thought Lu Bu just always won because he killed everybody before they could kill him. And I kind of thought they would just kill her immediately. I thought they would run up and hit her for 6,000, and it didn't happen. I don't know. Alright. They sallied out. So bad at this game. Charge! We got 21 charge bonus. Go get them! And then the militia here, we're gonna flank charge here into the bandit gang very bravely. It's gonna work, you'll see. It won't. Well, you know, it still might have been better than an auto-resolve, but I doubt it. At least we played, you know. Oh, man. And she falls over. Ah. What are you gonna do, right? She is a bandit. But I love her. Yeah, that's true. And Lu... You know, that's the other wrinkle, right? Would Lu Bu really want to let her go? With her knowing that she fought him in a fair fight and won? I don't think so. Sorry, my girl.
不杀干净，必留后患。
Does he burn it down? Holding it wouldn't be practical, and getting this is fine, right? Yeah. Yeah, because might want to hold like a dong, but this is like a different commandery. Yeah, Lu Bu just acted straight excessive over here.
给我放火烧光！
若是战略所需，那就宁可将这片土地毁于一旦，也要让天下人都知道，这就是违抗董卓大人的下场。
And that'll get our intimidation up a little higher. So Yanshu picked up a lot of characters. Awesome. You know, he didn't really have that many. And, you know, definitely a faction where you would want to have some in it. Given that everybody doesn't like you. And unlike in this faction where everybody doesn't like you, he didn't really start with a lot of tools about it.
威加海内，乱世随定。 正气如火，熊熊不息。如果无法达成一致，
Hansui, how could you? We were friends. Neighbors. We had a trade deal. That part's true. And Zheng Xiang has been replaced by Chu Gong. Lu Bu gets 15 morale for his army. That's a lot of morale. Chunyo Chong earlier, the guy in charge of defending the grain stores at Guandu. Didn't do a great job.
燃遍天下。
Wow, what a sweet animation. Good job, man.
职责所在。
And the Yellow Turban, when we recruit from them, that makes other people like us because they don't like them, I think. Something like it, hopefully. Everyone's had him be drunk and useless, but no reason to be particularly vigilant. Yeah, you know, that's the problem with being in charge of stuff, you know. Doesn't seem like you need to care until you do. And then you really need to. Oh. Can't build a school until it's a small city. Got it. Hanfu! Thank you. What a reasonable guy. He's not buying all the nonsense that people are saying about me. Ah, yes, this event. Obviously, we're not going to melt. This was a time where they had these, the 12 bronze colossi, as I say here, very valuable. So Dong Zhuo, if I'm recalling my history correctly, melts them down, and in the process, essentially, like, recasts some new coins, and like everybody else in history that, like, does some I'm gonna make some new coins, ends up devaluing, I think it was copper, like pretty heavily as a result, and like screwing with his economy. This is an event that I would compare very much to like the monetary reforms that you get from like Caracalla, I think it was, or Domitian. I think they both did it actually. Where they're like, well, we don't have enough money. Well, why don't we just mess with the money? It's very smart. But we are going to make our own statues and make everybody love us. Because we're not gonna melt them down. I mean, what's wrong with you? We're gonna make our own statue. Built to look like me, a really happy and big and jolly guy. And maybe that'll make people look at us askance. But I think they'll be like, wow, what a nice statue. I bet that dude could have burned them all down, but he's too good of a guy to do it. That's what they'll say. I bet that's what they'll say. Because Jin Qiang's faction without her is not a worry, right? She's, you know... We've taken 2 of the special people. She's got another one, but, you know, like, they're just some bandits now. We don't got to worry about them getting totally out of whack. I don't think. Personally, I don't think. Anyway, speaking of things, I know you had this nice thing, but are you interested in these axes? Because, obviously, like, I don't know what fate has in store for my girl, Lu Ji, but it's unlikely that these axes are going to find any hands other than hers whenever she grows up. But I guess we can go ahead and put them on Zhang Liao. I mean, like, his sword is amazing, but, you know, why not get this for fatigue immunity, after all? Why not, indeed? And then she can put on his amazing sword and be even better at fighting. She's not very good at fighting. It's not really what she's here for, right? She's mainly... Oh yeah, she doesn't have any armor on here. It's all cunning and fatigue resistant. Everybody runs faster when she's around because they want to impress her. Oh, he does devalue, but the cheap coins barely any copper in them. Ah, yeah. Luigi gets her own sphere. Sweet, sweet. Excellent. There is some justice. Or rather, there is so much justice. Alright, until we get more food, we can't upgrade the city, which is a shame. But here, we're going to be able to grab this. And of course, having this port here on the other side of the shallows, that's a good place to defend. This pass is fine. Like, in the event that we ever can move up there, that's even better, right? But for right now, we're just hoping to be able to stabilize all this stuff. But we're going to need an army into the north to pacify this Hansui situation, right? And I guess the era of not having guys in our armies is about over.
心有所欲，因而导之。拿起武器。
Suzerong was historically probably Dong Zhuo's actual best general. Oh, nice! Glad he's with us. Spear guards. Yeah, just try to I'm the Juggernaut it and skip the trebuchet here. Gonna reduce our income pretty substantially, but we can't just give away our farmland here. And after all, if we're not gonna defend like the subjects of the Emperor, what are we here to do? And yes, Ubu, not a very effective general, just a good duelist and warrior. Yeah, you know, he was about sending a message, right? I think of him often as a sort of like Achilles like figure in the mythos, right? Where which is similar in a lot of ways, right? Because you have the Daochan analog with the object of Achilles and Agamemnon's anger, the woman that was the source of their anger. That poor priestess of Apollo. But of course, Agamemnon, a very Dong Zhuo-like guy, you know, all of his problems from being a jerk. March to get faster. Ah, yes.
振作起来！
You know, because Lubu is motivated by, you know, anger, rage, by being insulted, you know, by feeling slighted, and by being insufficiently honored for what he considers to be his primacy in martial matters, right? And who accordingly does careless things that leads to people being flawed. Of course, Achilles never pops Agamemnon. God, I wish that's how the story went. That would have been a more interesting way to do it, but of course that's not the story that Homer was trying to tell us. Make Odysseus? Tomio. I think, yeah, I don't know if there's, like, if... Let's see, so no, because... Odysseus would be the crafty one, the tactician who managed to land on his feet and end up on the right faction after it all ended up, right? So I think there moves to finally make China safe. I've been making China safe, man. And me and our wife are getting around. So I mean, maybe, so it's Jiezhu, right? He's the one who gives good advice the whole time, eventually gets ignored, and then, like, goes and joins up with Cao Wei, gives good advice all the time and gets ignored. So I think he's a much more Odysseus kind of guy, although his objective isn't, like, to get home or whatever. You know, so it's not a perfect analog, but I would consider, like, because Odysseus' role in the Iliad is a guy who doesn't want to be there, who gives good advice, and who gets ignored. And in the Odyssey, it's, you know, someone who, you know, is trying to find a place to land on his feet, which, you know, you sort of get with the Liu Bei thing, but of course the ambition to run everything sort of disqualifies Liu Bei from that sort of analog in the story. You know, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but Achilles and Lu Bu do remind me of each other, and actually have always basically reminded me of each other since the first time whenever I rolled up on Lu Bu and got absolutely murked and was like, wait, how am I supposed to beat this guy? My friend's like, I don't think we're supposed to fight him. I'm like, no, they wouldn't just let me fight him. They would, though. They would, though. Alright, we're gonna move. I'm like, no, this guy can't have the sword. Yeah, no one can use it over here. Well, we're gonna hold on to it. Luigi and Lu Bu buff each other. Yes, I saw the ability. It was like the first thing I noticed, actually, in the fight. I was like, wait, that's an aura? And I saw that it said something about the dragon thing. I'm like, alright, it's got to be the ability that they're going to give her to Two-Headed Dragon. Yep. The flavor text on it, let me see. It didn't say her name, but I knew it had to be, her. After all, who else could it be? Yeah, we'll spin Zhang Liao out to a different army. Not least because, you know, my general rule, as you taught me, is to have a strategist. And certainly I think you gotta have, like, a commander if you don't have a strategist, because otherwise you can't even do your formations, right? Those two in Jiachuan? Yeah. Should be good. Alright, so we can't do the school again, but we are... Another trade agreement won't matter. More income from commerce than will be the route. We still need to make that building to the state workshops. Okay. Well, maybe there'll be one here. It looks like that might be it. Maybe Dong Zhuo over but I can go with Zhang Liao. Yeah, I couldn't decide if I wanted to get Dong Zhuo into battle. I guess we definitely should, right? I was like, he could just hang around. I'm like, no, he should be somewhere. Oh. It was lighting up currency-based economy, not pottery bricks. I see. Well, at least we took the one that we did need. Mercantile regulation. Unless it's mercantile. You know, there's many schools of thought. We're just going to fill you in and corrupt with Jiachuan right now until we figure out how to realign these armies in a bit. I just want to keep the satisfaction going good. And we do have the possibility of getting another admin, but like, we'll see maybe? No, we want her in there. Wow, yeah, food production. There we go. That's what we need. There we go. And that would have been the one that we hired off of from the battle. Good deal. saying your experience playing other factions. She's an easy turncoat, and then you can use her to grab the blue. Nice, nice. Yeah, I was thinking earlier, once I finally used a spy to steal somebody, I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to learn how to use these, huh? Because it's really nice to just grab people. All right, so this guy, Yan Jiang, another one of Yan Shu's guys, is upset. Sort of have enough strategists right now-ish, but I was so much more worried about the first, like, 5 turns or 10. I was like, I'm gonna have to get an army right away. Now I'm seeing that I definitely played the early game wisely. You know, you don't need to panic and get armies on the borders. You don't need to worry about that. I mean, you could, I guess, move out to take more Han land, but I figured, you know, since I have the experience of trying to move onto this part of the map a few times, I know what a nightmare it is to get here and to do anything about it. So I figured, you know, why don't we use what we learned? Can we march into it and annex it from the march? Yes, you can. Okay, cool. Perfect. And it was... We didn't even have to... Yeah, there we go. And this commerce... Definitely the way to go. I think it's definitely the way to go. Yeah, yeah. And that'll get us at least a little bit of money. It might have ended up just being basically the same, but like you said earlier, at least we'll get the population growth bonus. Oh, this one, the public order. Nobody lives here. My goodness. Nobody lives here. I thought it was like 90k. No, it's 9k. At least we still have some people here and the population's going up. Wow, wow, wow. I'm coming up. Okay. Sweet. Oh, and we got the iron pits online, and then we'll just move here. Oh, per turn. Right, yeah. Oh, population's not meaningless. Population's so good. So population, what you care about there is you get bonus income from all sources. So when you get a ton of people in there, then your town is going to make double as much money. You know, so in the long term, quite important, right? And then you also get replenishment bonus, which is really good if you have like a big city on your border, you know, then, you know, with 25% bonus, which I think caps out at like 2 or 3 million from memory, but pretty big, right? At that amount, because then you can have Imperial troops on there without a lot of other replenishment bonuses in your empire and still be able to keep your people together. Good for garrisons and the like too, you know, but I guess that's less impactful since, I mean, how often are you defending? But Your point is it's not worth paying for. Well, I just thought, like, because when you get up to the 5th slot, and then that would matter. Was my idea. And the better the building is, the more you get to. Yeah, it definitely hurts the public order, but that's, you know, that's the trade-off. And in fact, that's like in many of the, like, whenever like I was doing the Zawe campaign, like that's why I don't level up the cities. It's even once you get past the food, if you can't stabilize the public order, it's like more of a hassle, even just to auto resolve down, you know, in the long run. I'm like, how much am I going to care about these benefits, right? The Yellow Turban Rebellion is no more. I bet they'll be back. The game of Kuju takes a surprising turn when they eliminate the best player on the opposing team by hurling them through a fence. Lu Jung, very sportsmanlike.
扫平天下。
And we go ahead and grab it. Don't want that building. Wowza. Negative 25 public order. Must be the old letters of Zhao Zhao doing the work. But, you know, we'll be able to roll this up. And even with very low public order, you know, we've got an army here. I'm like, why didn't it say? I'm like, okay, it's swapped over now. There we go. I'm like, oh, we're crossing a marshland there. I'm like, oh, because the only way through otherwise is along the road up from there. Well, you know. We should have taken that way then, huh? And got more replenishment on the way. Well, Hansui might not be that close anyway. The Han Empire, request aid! Of course we acknowledge it. We don't even have a choice, right? Just nice just to get it on rather than have to fight for it. Indeed. You know, just walk on up. With the coalition formed against you, Yuan Shao's desire to strike has made him reckless. Family unprotected back in the city. Kill them, imprison them, or release them. Well, his family didn't do anything wrong. We let the family leave the city unhindered, so your enemy knows that his family live only by the generosity of your mercy. Indeed. And I hope he'll remember this whenever people are saying rude things about us. Alright, so we're gonna need an army here, either to put down constant rebellions, or... Well, no, it's just for 5 turns that that's gonna be happening. But we'll need somebody over here anyway, right? Like some force, but I guess we'll just rotate him over. Because Lu Bu is not gonna be spending any more time up in these mountains, I don't think. Not by preference. But I don't know. Maybe we should, right? Because if we...
给你点建议吗？
Because if we take these lands off the bandits, we might be able to trade them to one of these folk up here and turn him into a vassal, though. Tegu Pass. Yeah. Because otherwise they gotta go the super long and winding road, yeah.
这就去办。
准备行动。精疲力竭，再难行进。那就快点吧。
Mateng, negative 19. Why? But we're so nice to you. That's probably because Hansui declared war against us, because he's a jerk who doesn't want us to have a good thing going.
平心一绪。
So much less money per turn just with this other army. Costing me so much money, but maybe the 2 siege weapons were overdoing it. But I wanted them to be able to definitely win where we were going, so hopefully that'll help, right? And we get negative 50 relations with everybody. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. We're going to say it's more important to be honorable than artful. So this guy, like, the honorable Niufu is saying, look, you can't just, like, take bribes for army rations. And Liu is trying to say that that's okay. Obviously, the honorable one is correct.
大人，有什么可以互相用得上的地方吗？把他们全打趴下！攻无不克，
Niufu is their
战
son-in-law?
无
Ah,
不胜
okay. These are yellow turbans, so recruiting them is the way to go, because it upsets the yellow turbans, and thus not you. And here we're gonna
振作起来！
march as we can and just keep on moving these dudes over. Shockingly, that river cross... I guess we were already, like, sort of on it, but yeah. Managing to actually sort of get across on it somewhat. A little
该
bit.
当如此。
Ish. Considerably more food. Oh, we can do that one in one turn, though. And that'll help with other things. So here...
攻！
it is just a little baby garrison.
承天所助，国军必胜。还是有些用处的。
Yeah, and from here, I guess we probably just eliminate Hansuya. You know, like, look, he didn't have to do what he did. He knew he was wrong. Like, oh yeah, that's right. We'll get more assignments if we go there. Well, then we'll go down that way. See the cards would clear on you through any amount of deals. Yeah. make somebody else the vassal rather than
唯
him.
有扫清六合，
The worst kind of neighbor for
才
sure.
能平定。
But I don't know. Maybe spending the income here isn't good. But you know, it'll help the other silken come out. And I don't know. Big garrison might dissuade people from getting there. Anyway, it's not like we want to sell this off to Ma Teng. We don't. We don't want him to get anywhere. You know, he's right here, and as long as he's friendly, that's good. But you know, in the event that he starts to feel a little frisky, we want to be able to swiftly put him back down where he belongs. Yeah, and then the silk, you know, they all help each other out, of course. And right when we should have been able to make friendliness with peace, we get hit by Cao Cao's schemes, knocking us down 50 with all the factions, but you know, whatever. He won't be able to keep the people against us forever. They won't be fooled forever. We might take Toyowon, actually. Well, you know, this... That iron mine, like, we take that only if we want to fight on that side of the mountains, right? But we might just burn it down. Having a buffer of raised zones is actually very good. And, moreover, Dong Zhuo is not over here to see that Lu Bu is doing it. So we can't be blamed. They call that plausible lubility. Yan Baihu will sign peace with us. That'll make people like us. After all, why would we not? Basically, policy in this campaign is Dong Zhuo is going to take peace with anyone who offers it at neutral or preferable terms. He's not going to pay somebody a lot for it. But, you know, when somebody recognizes that their war was a mistake, he'll be gracious. Now, of course, eventually the Emperor will be running things, and then who knows how he'll feel about all these fools trying to declare war on his loving uncle, Dong Zhuo. Oh yeah, take it over and then give it to a vassal, right? And then just hope that they get a personality that's good. And if they don't, just bash them down. Yeah, that's what we should do. You're right. That's much better than burning it. You're supposed to do this as fun. Indeed. Yes, indeed.
职责所在。
And we sure have a lot of stuff to build here. Alright, we need to get somebody else in this stack because it's about to pop off again. Need to see if these people are spies. You're not. You know, you're a sentinel. You're not a bandit sentinel, but you're a level 4 sentinel, and that's still pretty good. .51, not an ideal age, but what are you gonna do, right? Forge Master, Iron Sickle. Okay. Well, we don't need to pull her into the field for that. Yeah. Oh, she's not a spy, though, so, you know, why not? We can put a commander into this. Not gonna hurt anything. Well, no, because if we don't want her there in the long run, then there's no reason to hold on to her. Does she have... Oh, well, yeah, let's just grab her. And then we'll see from here. Alright, so... Commandery stuff, but she's kind of far from having anywhere useful there. Well... Ah, she's married to that guy who lost his faction. Sad, well, you know. I don't want to pay you $100. Yeah, let's get the factionaire out here, right? The good-natured Dong Min, who's called a greedy tyrant for, you know, reasons that nobody understands, is actually a real good guy. We'll give the good sword to the sentinel, right? Yeah. And now we are broke. We grab private tutors, and we are on our way to greatness. Or at the very least, to adequate performance, I hope. Like, we don't need the replenishment here. If we get there one turn earlier, we can go in regular stance. And that'll be worth it anyway. Han Sui will side peace with us. Well, we're supposed to accept peace on any favorable terms. But... not with these minor bandits, you know. He's not like, you know... he's not like one of the people who has a legitimate claim, you know, in Dong Zhuo's mind. This guy tried to bushwhack the Emperor. Alright, and of course we're going to continue as Prime Minister. That will make everybody happy. He does a little stab with the front of an axe. That's good stuff. But really, you know, these rebellions that Cao Cao puts onto us, does that really hurt? Except when we're willing to reject peace. Indeed. Like, actually a rebel. I'm like, oh, there's a road that goes that way. That's the wall. That's the wall. I'm like, alright, so we'll go onto the road. Wrong. And they're just like staring at this pass, you know, good for them. I urge them to keep on looking.
快点！行则同进，战则同跑。
She levels up. She gets lament, so this is going to allow us to point to Lu Bu and be like, "Oh no, they've attacked me," and he's gonna be like, "What?" And he's gonna pull his shirt off and just flip out for 25 seconds.
闻风而动，雷厉风行。
Like, I can't believe you do that to my friend's wife. She's so upset.
此城甚
Of
上。
course, he doesn't really know Zhangji, but you know, in the moment, he's gonna take it real seriously. Alright, so eventually we're going to want to get her into an army, so we're going to want to take the top path. That's right. Liu gets flaming shot, which is very excellent indeed. No, because he's not in that army.
正气如火，熊熊不息。
He's the one on assignment. I remember. Well, we'll get some decent money out of this at least. What an interesting interesting campaign. This, you know, especially, you know, sure you get, you know, Lu Bu and that's great, but like especially like look, Mateng has declared war on us. Well, now we'll have to do something about it. And they pop Li Zhuo's army with a charge bonus knockdown, which is fine. Doesn't really hurt us. We are, however, going to move in this direction because we're going to figure that Mateng is going to try to go down this way. Pong De! Ah, ha ha ha! Now we're in trouble! That's a new guy, too. I recognize him. I'm worried. No, we'll roll up this, and then we'll be able to push against him down in that direction, and... I guess we just delegate this. Yeah, we've got time. We occupy it. We're still in okay shape as far as food goes. We here can now give him peace at a much more favorable term, and then, you know, he'll be across the river, which will be, you know, kind of far from being annoying for a bit. I think that'll be fine. You know, we're not going to have peace when we're outside of the thing, you know, like, look, you're going to give something up first, buddy. Unless you want to get vassalized? Never? Okay. Hey, and he'll have to get a non-aggression pact. Good. Of course, he'll break it, but he'll have to break it first, and that'll let this last for a bit. And he does lose. Yeah, you know, morally acceptable indeed.
我方接受你的提议。
Get flaming shot there, and it'll be like a couple of days before we get down there to get to a fight, and so it'll be plenty of time, and thus makes it okay for us to do the auto-resolve when normally it may have been unwise to do. But alright, so this place makes decent little amount of money. Can't shake a stick at that, you know. Few hundred here, a few hundred there, and then you're on your way to glory and power, or at the very least, adequate expectations of happiness. So, if we try to defend the caravan post, you know, we'll... At the very least, they don't have too many of the Qiang hunters here. He does have Roar the Beast. That'll be a massive problem for defense. We might just drop Lu Bu's army now. Re-recruit it over here, trusting to the power of the characters to get through here. And then once this gets stabilized, we can use him to... I don't know, tricky. Well, of course, maybe Ma Teng won't charge down here. It'll take him a couple of days to get there. Because really, I would like to... Yeah, because if we roll this faction up first... Then, you know, we won't have that faction to worry about. Create a vassal here. And then use this guy to grab it. Give it to the vassal for more points. Perhaps. There's a cunning scheme. Alas. A son has been born to us, Dong Zhuo. And our daughter Dong Bai comes of age. Wonderful. Dong Bai, this would have been the daughter that he like gave a coming of age ceremony when she was too young, right? And like gave her a bunch of titles and Infiofter and all that. Because if memory serves, Dong Zhuo was always rolling like that. He was always like, why don't I take my family members and give them a bunch of praise that they don't technically deserve? Granddaughter or grandnephew. Talking about here. Successful girl. Okay, there you go. At an early age, he gave his land to her. For some reason, her personality and reputation are not very good. But no one has been traded recklessly because of Dong Zhuo, who takes care of her. She's energetic, uncomplicated, and greedy. Oh, we don't have... Well, you know, it's too late now to back up, right? I'm like, we don't have siege attacker there. It looks like Ma Teng moved away from the hinterlands there, which is just perfect, right? Because he's probably thinking, wow, that army up there sure looks dangerous. Yes, it does, doesn't it? You're very perceptive. Maybe you shouldn't have declared war on me, you chump. Alright, we got the faction-wide industry. just gutter low replenishment, but I feel like getting to the Onyx Dragons first is more important than a replenishment, which we'll likely try to get to after that. Although maybe going green line is better. No, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out unless we don't figure it out. I feel fine about this campaign, though. We've already lived to 194 after all. Oh no, we've already lived to 194. That's scary. Oh, sweet. It looks like... Oh, Cause Dong Zhuo came to roll him up. That's what happened to him. Brilliant. Oh no, the coalition has become a military alliance. Well, in that case, though, the peace will be easier to achieve once we have it. Right? And why not peace? ¿Por qué no? Hey, look at that. Liu Chong wants peace. Of course, it probably means that he's on his way out somehow, but we'll take it. After all, we're a good guy. And the more people we're at peace with, the better, right? Right. Because they're not going to perceive me as being at war with all these people, and they're going to see how nice I am. Everybody will notice. And I'll be like, yes, thank you. I am a good guy. Well, it would be very funny to make the daughter into the vassal immediately. I kind of want to play with her in the faction, right? So we're going to... That building's not good. Do we saw it? No. We first... Well, maybe going home right now. Because we don't have to go home right now, right? Gongdu's not our friend. But is he going to be concerned with coming across the mountain to us? I mean, probably not. We'll be able to roll up Matung from this way. We can keep Lu Bu here. And if we pop Zhang Yong, get him on the other side of the mountains, and then get peace with him, he'll be a bandit buffer. A bandit buffer. A buffer of banditry. So we'll give this away the turn after this. Alright, we need a Treb now, right? And since we don't have spear guards, man, you know, having a green general would be real good here. Yeah, I mean, GN Sword Guards, I guess, just some infantry, but I mean, Axe Band. GN Sword Guards seem bad, and maybe they are bad, but they do have 46 morale. And shields. Do I need any in order to win these fights? Oh, yeah, that's a big army, isn't it? Because we can try to go... Because these guys got shield wall now, so even without Turtle, we can try to juggernaut it, right? We can try. And then... more axe bands and more crossbows. Does she have fire arrows? She does. We already have an archer militia. That's fine, I guess. If we could afford it, though, I'd prefer to just swap it over to an archer now and get a decent unit out of it. So Archer Militia are pretty trash, but I mean, you know, never mind. What do I care?
不要相信其他人。
I'll build a tax building here, because tax buildings are free. And then the turn after that, because if we had given it away, I mean, we might wait here for like one more turn. They're trash, right? But they have the same amount of ammo basically, and the firing rate is the same. And if the only thing I need them for is to put fire arrows down in, right? And archers actually only have 2 more morale than archer militia. So I don't see they've got some armor. I don't see that archers are better than archer militia, honestly. But I do want them to be able to burn down a tower. Oh, so the firing rate, I thought that for sure was how many they fired over the course of a minute, so it doesn't mean that? I guess when I see the Onyx Dragon shoot, it's like one huge thing all happening at one time. So that's just like what each individual model might do, but the behavior of the unit is different. It's reload rate. Okay. But not firing rate. Got it. We'll get an archer.
逃平乱贼，澄清四海。
Dong Zhuo is being such a bro, you know. Thanks for taking care of Ma Teng, you know. He was running in on me. I didn't know what we were going to do. I was so scared.
只能忍了。
And Leo, you signs peace with us and gives us some money. Thank you. Thank you. Another person who's seen things my way. And they hit me with a negative 25 satisfaction. Do my whole faction? Well, I don't see anybody in the red, so... Because he has the ambush stance, right? He can't get there in time anyway this turn, right? Yeah, because he's going the long way through. We know how hard it is to get through these heals. Here... Yeah, we want the better pass because that, you know, that's what we want. I wanted to go and grab that for the... You know, we got to stay here to deal with rebellions. You have available assignments. Alright, so... Alright. Peasantry here from Lady Yon again. Well, we could give Lady Yon the commandery, but I mean that's Lu Bu's wife, so that we also have public order thing. Well, you know, it's better to take money. We need a green person to be able to hook us up with something more too. Alright, so industry, no. here, a commerce one would be great. Oh, I was like, no, Liru's got filial and incorrupt. I'm like, why did I just didn't recognize the icon. Okay. Here we go. More important than money is satisfaction.
拿起武器。
And Lubu's like, well, you know, if I'm gonna be here, we might as well raise a little bit of tax revenue for the Emperor. The Emperor loves tax revenue.
出发。
Yeah, man, we are so close to the Onyx Dragons, huh? We're like, man, yeah, you don't gotta try that long to get them. But I guess you sacrifice a lot by spending 5 years going towards them, right? Like not getting 10% replenishment, which would be my normal thing to do. But since we want to be, you know, a kind and gentle, helpful faction, that's what we've got to do here. Alright, so this will not be worth it, I don't think. Yeah. Random ancillary is worth 500 to me, though. Agra economy. Wouldn't be worth it, no. We could mess up this guy's movement and, you know, that's worth it. Is it? Nah. Lubu will be fine. He can't get there in one turn anyway. So we'll be healed up-ish. Ready to fight. Hopefully ready to fight. Matong super beat up here. Gongdu just like looming at him. Gotta love it. And of course Matong is going to get rolled up by my I have an actual army over here Matong army. And he's going to really regret, you know, having this silly little war with me. Matong should have been happy with me. He should have been taking my side and helping to defend the Emperor. Right? Right. It says I'm untrustworthy. I'm not. Oh, it's going down by a lot faster than I thought, yeah. Maybe every time we defend our vassal, we get trustworthier. 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 Cunning schemes. Wow, wow, wow. Negative 20 morale to this army. Well, maybe we're just going to wait over here for a second. Yeah, you know, it would take us down to about 11 morale, so I guess this garrison doesn't have anything. We can take it. We know Matong isn't around, and he probably can't afford another army, right? He probably doesn't have Matao spun up. And if he does, then, you know, hopefully we won't lose for this. It seemed like waiting was a poor choice, so I just figured we just go ahead and go for it. Trusting to the idea that they were too far away, and that cheaper cavalry upkeep would make me happy. And we'll need to spin an army up here to defend this, maybe? It's really just the negative faction support that's messing with us here. I think after a turn or two, we could be okay.
拿起武器。
Man, that was a brutal one.
天下就安定一分。
快去！
Saboteurs are regular sentinels, aren't they? But she's 28. That's a good age for a sentinel. No, it is a bandit sentinel. Marvelous! Good. Great even. Alright, so this clerk is going to go back to having a normal weapon, and this clerk is going to get recalled and sent over to the other side. And this bandit sentinel can start hanging out over here as soon as she arrives. Oh, you could do both the economy focuses. I just read that now. I'm like, oh, that would be cool. Alright, so a lot of unhappiness going around in these varying factions. Hate to see it. Why can't the realm all be on my side? He gets a little closer again. Now here, what we can do is...
很高兴与你见面。
I got a piece of them? No, we cannot. Alright, so we just need to have this fight and win it. Whole bunch of bandit gangs. Fair amount of cav. Against, you know, a preeminent duelist. And we have Trebs and Juggernauts, so, you know, maybe.
不留活口。
I wanna believe. We have Night Battle too, though. Okay, yeah, we have Night Battle too. We're alright. I forgot. We have Night Battle. So now we won't have to do too much to them to make them have a bad time, right? They're not gonna be able to stand up to repeated withering archery fire or trebuchets, what have you. Wow, is it ever dark here, though? Jeez Louise. And we weren't joking. It's like, if they want to wait, then we'll definitely be able to get into a better spot, right? Oh, most assuredly. And that's right, she's got Lament now too, so we're going to be able to really, really turn up the temperature. Because all we have to do is be able to see someone a little bit and start dropping some nice, big, fiery boulders in over the top, right? There we go.
Ha！敌军士兵正在溃逃。
Alright. And now we're engaging, but of course we see... Yeah, you know... Oh, well, we see that I was being a little cute there, right? All I needed to do was get the trebuchets in line for one volley. I was being a little bit cute there. Yeah, because once any of them routed, they were all gonna run. Man, oh man, that's pretty funny. You know, night battle plus fire, right? And we'll just wait, you know. Some of them will come back around, but once they've broken a few times, you know, pretty easy. Perfect. You know, this is why you need the trebuchet. And we're just doing a little bit of fast forwarding. And now it's time for our hero corps to come out and challenge them, right? Anybody want to brawl? Oh, they're shooting me. That's right, that guy's got a bow. Alright, and they want to go. And now we're gonna say, Lu Bu, no, you've gotta help me. And he's gonna flip out, make him fatigue immune, and beat the brakes off of him. Oh yeah, see, this is the good stuff here. Oh, wow, wow, wow. And of course, it boosts his damage, which is already huge. My man is hitting for 1 billion. This guy actually doing way better. He has mending, so that will be... Oh, and fallen friend, but yeah, you know. So with mending, pretty rough. I'm confident that we'll win anyway. Oh, speaking of confident that we'll win, we need to get off of this mount right now. And she needs to run because... He's real mad, but there we go. We'll, There we go. Now we're fine. There's no one around Lu Bu to surround him, and I'm like, now we're fine, right? Now we're fine? Lu Bu's gonna die again. I don't remember if he's recovered. I don't remember if he's recovered his thing. He might actually die here, right? Man, I gotta stop forgetting about Oathsworn. That's too good. It's way too good. And Zhang Liao gets totally trucked on. Wow! Wow! What? Wow, wow, wow. Anyway. The game will warn you if you need general die in battle. Well, that's good. Man, rough stuff. At least it's mainly on the generals.
凭此一战，可定天下。
His people look to him as their leader. he's a bandit. Literally a bandit. Goodbye,
不杀
Zhang
干
Yong.
净，必留后患。要这些俘虏也没用。
Like, is it gonna not let me win this auto resolve? We're gonna chase him down anyway, on the grounds that it'll be easy to make him flee again, and then the whole army will get rolled up. But yeah, we're here. We're figuring that some of these is going to get over the top and burn down the forest, and as soon as they hit anywhere, that all of their forces are going to run away again. That is what we're gambling on. And also that they can't do 3,000 damage to my guys in the amount of time that it would take to make it matter. Yeah, because these peasant raiders only have 8 morale. You know, with this, yeah, they're not going to be able to put up with... Once they get the under fire buff, debuff on them too, you know, it's all going to be over, baby blue. And we're just running around merrily here. Should be army lost in him right there. Nope, nope. Okay. Jeez. Like, how long will it go on? A really long time. A really long time. But of course, that's what happens when they run from low morale, but not having taken damage, you know, though they will come back. And you will lose some guys to bandit gangs. It's alright. There we go. Yeah, they, you know, if we would have waited, it probably would have worked out. We could have just sat there. I just got impatient. It wasn't too bad. I mean, like, the generals are so beat up that we're gonna need to wait for them anyway. From the fire, yeah, maybe.
要这些俘虏也没用。杀！ 杀！正在行进。别来无恙啊！
Alright, they don't know that he's not here anymore. We'll give her a bow.
相信直觉。
Alright, and Marshal G, very good. She should be growing up very soon. Oh, how exciting! I mean, the whole thing's gonna come together then, right? And that's the assassin. She'll be saboteur. Is that a new one? No, that's the one we were called. Julian was the saboteur that we wanted to get in here. Good. You know, the sooner she gets poison volley, the sooner she can become an absolute terror in the service of the Emperor. After all, the people that ran these bandit factions, they can't be trusted. But anyone can fall into a hard line of work, you know? So this just, like, makes it bad for building conversion time. Some people get good bonuses, and some get only bad bonuses. I thought you could only see the nobles if they were in your family, and then they just grow up, and that's the only way you could see them. Because, like, you scroll, but you don't see, like, the children. Like, if you adopted them, you'd be able to. Character web, I have never seen how to see children here, right? Because it's like, it's just like your friends, you know? Like, we're oathsworn here, but, like, you can't, even if you click on your wife, you know, she doesn't have any information. You know, it doesn't show you where the kids are. At least I haven't been able to see it. There we go. More prestigious silk, which is great because we're going to be able to get this one too before too long. And Wudu is a much nicer place to hold the north. You know, like, once you get this, you know, then you're in good shape. I guess you could move up to Hanzhong to sort of hold off both of them. But I almost feel like if you just have an army here, you can support any of this little spread, and then, you know, having this one here until you feel confident enough to push out and deal with Nanmen, which I'm sure we'll be able to deal with them a lot vigorously. Alright, so that place is recovering ish. We need to move up here to roll up. That so that we can start trying to get a vassal established there. For Sabbath the Coppermine is the path he took to Innershu. Like, down in there? Yikes. I definitely invaded the south through this pass. In a past playthrough. Not the most elegant of motions, but hey, it all worked out, right? It did. You'll have to trust me. It did work out. It all worked out. More food. We get a little bit more food, and then we can get another level up here in the main old city. Oh. Real life past the treacherous nightmare. Well, I bet, you know, I feel, because, like, you know, growing up, I was still interested in military history and stuff like that. Imagine my journey along the tiny rickety single file scaffold along Cliff. Exactly. So, like, me and my family and I, we often went hiking, you know, 'cause a good and affordable, hobby for a lot of big families, right? You know, you go to national parks and walk for an extended period of time. But often I would be preoccupied thinking of, you know, Hannibal going over the Alps or Napoleon's march, through Central Europe or whatever was on my mind from the books that I was reading as a 10-year-old. And I would think, man, the geography they're talking about is so much more rugged than this mountain in central Arkansas. And I'm still thinking, I'm like, man, and we're on a trail. Like, if you're just trying to go through rough country, a lot of people, certainly that don't, like, have hiking experience generally, they don't appreciate that it is not easy to move, you know, through terrain. The story of his tumble, but he rolls, like, physically roll down the hill. Yeah, that's the old, like, you roll up in carpets or whatever, and you roll down the hill. Because that's one that I remember seeing visually from, like, clips of, like, some TV show or something. It's very fun stuff, right? And Yan Liang is trying to get up here to the pass, but fortunately, it's a strong barrier, and we'll be able to move up here. He's in march stance. If we do this, he won't be able to evade. Will the pass be able to help us, though? I mean, it's archer captains, and then it's... Oh, it's mainly beat up in this new part of the garrison, though.
你要怎样？路就在前方，集中精神！我已归来，欢呼吧！
He's in March. He doesn't have too much stuff. We've got... Not too much either. Oh, no, that's not true. He, or rather, she, the duelist, yeah, she can put on this sword, and now we've got enough to deal with this, right? I was caught a guy. What happened to him? You know, there's a lot of... It's a hard time to be a good person in the Middle Kingdom, right? Doing interesting stuff. Alright, so I guess here we just, we just delegate the battle off. Why not? Well, it might have been interesting to do. In the interest of time, we can just pop them there. Hey! Shuyu. Not Shuyu. We don't really need him.
都放了吧，亮的，放了他们。作乱为祸之徒，不得其死。天下肃穆。
Now we're not gonna be able to get back to our territory. We're gonna have to march, which is fine.
正在行进。
Because that, you know, that dissuaded him pretty well. His army's beat up. The garrison in the pass, of course, they're going to be doing fine. Wouldn't trust him as far as with them, right? Yeah. He's an inveterate schemer. They even call him that. That's pretty funny. Cunning, arrogant, and suspicious. Hardly nice things to say about someone, but hey, it's what his personality is, right? And here we go, greedy tyrant, which will give us lower public order, who cares, and more income and corruption reduction, so good. Because, I mean, this top-level stuff, like, Zeal's really good, right? But if we go down here, then we'll get more assignments, and, you know, money. And a little low public order only hurt everyone. Which is to say, it never hurt anyone.
很高兴与你见面。
恪守职责，迅速出击，全军出击！大获全胜，毋庸置疑。还是有些用处的。我吕奉先自是一方英雄。
Black Mountain Hideout. We gotta demolish that. A corrupted county office. We're gonna demolish that too. Matung, the genius, is still sitting over here. Of course, he has the same problem as I do, which is replenishment rates are low in the early game. He has a different problem than I do, though, which is that Gong Du just punched him in the face. And that is going to allow us to roll him up pretty handily here, I hope. Now we have a choice to make. We either... I think here, rather, because, well, we could go in this way and grab and just eliminate them, but someone else horrible. Oh yes, that's right. He's got one more turn of it. Negative 25 morale, you know, or 20. You know, I did use that in my Cao Cao campaign. It was great, you know. They were defending some place, and I was like, how are we gonna deal with it? Well, here's how.
又是你这厮！
A trade agreement with Liu Chong? Well, he doesn't want to, but
我们来商讨一番，仔细想想。
what if we pay him some? After all, if it's anything less than 800, it'll be worth it. It's somewhat less than 800, it's worth it. Plus, it'll make him like us. We actually paid him 5 more for it than we get from it. It's still worth it, because increasing his fondness will be very good. And maybe he'll survive. I doubt it. I think Yanshu pops him, you know, every playthrough that I've ever done. I've gotten the notification for it. Very sad. So you think it would make it easy enough? This is Total War campaign. What's that? Is that where you you declare war on everybody as soon as you meet them? Yeah, because you can't declare war on the Han Empire, right? Okay, yeah. You said it right as I was thinking about it, right? That's where, yeah, you know, no peace, and you always have to declare war on everybody. And actually, I'm like, you know, we'll just march over here to help out with this. He can pop right back over. Of course, Matung can't get but halfway down the pass. Best faction is probably Yellow Turbans or Lubu then. Yeah. Do the Yellow Turbans have to declare war on each other, you know? Because that would hurt. It would still be fine because functionally the fact that the Yellow Turbans are out there doing their thing would make it easy enough to just find a corner of the map and then roll down. Or easy enough. I mean, look, Messengers of Heaven have a really big unit count and way good morale for a yellow thing that you get at the beginning of the game, right? You know, they're very good. I think that's what you need. All the other stuff is just cosmetic. Alright, here we need to grab this champion because we need champions, right? Champions we could use for another Filion and Corrupt, potentially, or most especially to get into an army. This guy, Filion and Corrupt, is on the whole other side of it. He starts on the hamstring side. Not as good as it could be, but you know, what are you going to do, right? Actually, very far from the this is the good side of the tree for random dudes, which makes him a good guy to actually just post up in a town. But where? But where? Because we have room for one more army and one more army only. We don't have to have it here to put down a rebellion yet. And we might swap this guy up here. This guy, Li Zhuo. You know, we've given at least some of the people that are unique in army. No, there are plenty of the unique people that have gotten armies. There's only so many armies you can do in the early game, right? In the early game, it's turn 26. In the early game. Ridiculous. Does it change much from them too far apart? Oh, in 190. Okay, yeah. I'm like, in the Mandate War, they're all right by each other in 182. Hungary, stake over the full, 20 cover cost for performance by actions. Well, I guess now... Oh. Liu Chong and Yuan Shu peace out together. Very interesting indeed. Lady Du is the beloved lord, gives us public order in the commandery. Good, good, good. High public order, of course, leads to, you know, population. Barely. Here, we move here. Oh, yeah. Starve it out just to let the other crowd get the experience. And I'm like, we could have taken this with a skeleton crew a long time ago. But here, we're going to, you know, move right there. And then get the share the experience, you know. Also not take the damage. Use this army to do it so that our army with more units in it can move a little further towards the other side of the road. And boom, big silk value. See, exits the game as soon as the Aragon gets the Freedom Campaign out the west. Yeah. Because, of course, once you're good up here, like, this is a huge side of the map that you don't have to worry about too much anymore, which I learned to my happiness with Zhongxiang, but, you know, you don't have to wait that long to get kicking. I mean, as I see it, there's not really a point in us bringing Lu Bu over to this side. I mean, we don't know where Ma Teng is right now. He might be going back in this direction. In the event that he is, I mean, we can just back out, right? We don't need to take his lands. Not really. He, with this set of commanderies, right, we've taken the Silk even, you know, like, he is not going to be able to stand up to the Nanman menace. Not that we want him to fall to him, but, you know, maybe,
到此为止了。
no. Never mind, it's gone through 2 rebellions, Yellow Turbans, and then by the Han Empire. Oh, because those aren't even the, the original times they would have owned it, because, yeah. Just walking across and raiding, just a couple of gentlemen.
机不可失，时不再来。
But, of course, right when we get to exit the early game, we're also going to have Onyx Dragons, which quite nicely allow us to exit the early game. We wait here to heal, and then... Like, no, we own this too, and that's our vassal's land, so we can just go through there. And we got, like, character replenishment. Does she give us some?
知难而上，以成大业。
Ah, from flexibility, right. Alright, let's see. Oh no, we have to have an administrator there first. Okay, so we'll move her up for a second. And I think as far as Sentinels in the armies, we're okay right now, so we can go ahead and get rid of this one. We'll be hoping for Sentinels on the other side of the tree, or, of course, Bandit Sentinels, so getting a couple out of the faction shouldn't be too bad. Local hero, nice. Xu Zhao, Gracious Protector. Yeah, so we will put this person in as the administrator of Taiwan. And then grant them vassal independence and hope that they will be cool. And if not, then we will rip their face off. Chen Yuelon, welcome to the modern Han. And they're an underdog. Awesome. And we can offer them autonomy guarantees when we want more out of them, right? Oh, we should give them some rice. They are rice poor. We don't want them to be starving. Here's a grain of rice.
此君子之义也。
Yes, perfection. And I think we'll just give them this commandery as well, rather than making another vassal here, just because one vassal with a little bit of land here, I think a better move. And then we can try and install one up here, but like, so here's my thing, right? Here's my concern. Why not just get an army here and spend all the money to fight the looters every season and then get fancy horses? Eh? Eh? And consider that as well. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you know, the Han tribute is dwindling. It's not totally gone, you know. They devour the Han here in the north, and we're very used to, of course, this segment sticking together for a little while. And this one, too, sometimes. You know, in the last campaign, those things were there for 100 turns, but maybe some of that was me rolling up the Sun family, right? Yeah, let's do it. This is the most fun campaign. It would have been incomprehensible if I hadn't already played for, you know, I guess I'm probably at, what, like 200 hours now? I would not have been able to figure out, like, how I was supposed to behave. You know, I don't know what I would have done. I would have said, who's at war with me? Everybody! Joyous occasion! Dong Pingning has been born a daughter of the realm of the Chancellor of State. Now we've got a few strategists born to the family. Oh, she's mad! She wants a better job. Alright, we can move her down here again, though. Since we don't want to make another vassal right away. Now, if we do it at Hedong, then that'll stabilize the public order. Maybe... Yeah, that'll be... Oh, she can't go there? Oh, no, I clicked on the wrong thing. Alright, yeah. And then we'll give Dong Bai the job of what? Great Commandant? Great Excellency? Yeah, you know, we'll just put her in charge of that. No one will look askance at us doing that. A little bit of the old nepotism. Hey, at least my wife is just hanging out and not running anything. Look how smart she is. She's a successful girl. Oh, it gives you negative satisfaction, but hey, 50% more income from family estates. So it's like you get your family that goes up there. So we get like 1,000 from Dong Zhuo, 1,000 from Dong Min, 1,000 from her. Oh. Yes, he is. Well, that's real bad. Fortunately, Yan Liang's army is super beat up, right? Yeah, still super beat up. Hopefully Lu Bu will be able to get there with enough time to do something about it. This army is really too beat up to help, but maybe being here will make them afraid, no?
你要怎样？
You can marry my daughter. Oh, that would make him even more mad. Yep, a couple of Vanguard crossbows, bunch of saber cav. Big old dude. Ah, so we see that Zhang Kai is here, about to make a move on Wudu as well.
向前进军。
Well, we do quite want the Commandery. We just move forward here. We don't need to spend another... Well, no. A little bit of replen's good. And then we'll hopefully be able to... nope, doesn't look like we could reach it in a turn.
出发！
We will do this then.
杀呀！我又有什么办法？
And maybe the turbines will turn around. Maybe not. Oh no, Matang. Oh, I chose poorly. What a moron. That's what I get for not looking.
敌方正派遣援兵前来助战，最好。
God. A terrible wasted turn. Just real bad, real bad.
振作起来，准备行动。
Yep, we're about to lose.
遵命。
I guess we just let all of this fall? Just give all of this away? Yeah, I guess that's what we do. Alternately, we just lose the Emperor and lose the game? I mean, that's fine, we can just start over. Yeah, I guess we just lose.
我军所向披靡，准备行动，真是毫无意义。
讨平逆贼，匡扶。
Yeah, it'll only take them like a turn to be fine again. Just in time for us to get good archers. It doesn't matter. Oh, what's blocking us? Oh, sign a Roman embassy.
"向世人宣告我军大业！向前进军！出征数日。
Alright, and now we could probably defend this place. Yeah, I mean that's a you know, you got archer captains. It's real trash, but maybe we could defend it. He doesn't have a special weapon anyway, so... Alright, what's his tree look like? He gets Champion of Zhiliong, which gives people cooldown increase, and splash, and then Coffin March. Melee attack rate, speed, and morale. It's a buff for an AoE, and then Death Oath. Okay. So below 50% health, and then gets much more damage, lower evasion, and then at the end loses resistance to HP and evasion, but then, you know, massive HP that he'd be threatening also. And we're gonna assume that there's an ambush waiting for us here from Yan Liang, but he might have run home, I guess. But, oh, he's suffering attrition, ran out of supplies here in the pass. Yan Liang over there, same trouble, right? Totally beat up. Maybe we'll be fine. Maybe me saying that I had lost was slightly premature. Maybe. Silk and silk. Food.
我已迫不及待聆听足下佳言。此君子之意也。
All right, all right. He was the one who wouldn't surrender to Guan Yu. Yes, yes. Alright, so we're gonna have a rebellion here and not be able to deal with it? And not be able to deal with it. Alright, so... I thought she made people happier. No, she doesn't. She sure doesn't.
吾等耐性有限。
And the Ubao is going to come in and be another huge headache. Yeah, I don't... Oh, well... This is what I thought was going to happen 30 turns ago. I guess I just wasn't ready, right? I mean, I know I wasn't ready. I'm looking at it now and I'm not ready.
一扫污浊。我已归来，百姓是否安好？此为苍生黎民之天下，非暴虐诸侯之天下。
挽弓欲射，则屏息凝神。
请下命令。
falls down, right? Although if Yuan Shao stays there one more day, that's good. Yuan Shu declares his intentions. He has declared himself emperor. This is an outrage. Emperor grows up next year, right? Yeah, 197. Yeah. Oh, right, because now... Oh, jeez. This is rough. Now the Yellow Turbans are going to come down here and take my silk. God, man, I'm so bad. Alright, so we pop the Yellow Turbans here, and then we run back to the silk place.
乱军终于得以平息。随我来，前进！
Backing off from Wudu instead of coming to attack. Yeah.
正气如火。
Because now look at us, you know. Where did it get us? Right back here again, with an inability to do anything. Now we might lose both of these stacks due to me being a bad player. Terrible. Oh well. After I lose, I can play it again.
杀呀！今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。这些贼兵，人人得而诛之。怒吼吧！ 我等信念如一，这便是上天的恩赐。快去，出发！开战，不留活口。
And after all of that work, Yuan Shao runs away. Bravely ran away.
杀他们个片甲不留！
Phoenix's beak. Fatigue resistant. Massive damage. Got it. And he's wearing Yan Liang's armor, probably because the model made sense to just duplicate. But even if we lose the silk and stuff, I mean, just dealing with this is okay. I don't know what I expected. It was just, it was a lot of, I thought they would stream in more like one at a time-ish. Instead of like, oh, now 3 of them are coming in at once. Yeah, because this was like a full stack of guys, right? Like, there was all sorts of nonsense going on.
我方援兵抵达战场。
Alright, so we're just gonna charge out there and fight, because that's who we are. Now, we probably have sealed Lu Bu's fate by giving him the Berserk there, but, you know, whatever.
被我去斩了。
Hopefully it'll be fine. But fortunately here, we're able to run up on their cavalry. Now they're trying to move those in there to be able to get the rear charge in, but we're not going to let them do that. And we get on top of the yellow cav here as they are on the field. Good, 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 good. Now unfortunately this cav got onto the crossbows, but it's not too bad. If any of them come in the middle, we'll roast them. I don't think they're gonna do it though. I think we're gonna have to go like so. Oh yeah, Lu Bu's just over here like flipping out, killing dudes. We're gonna let him keep doing it. You know, whatever. He's doing his job. Alright, in conclusion, this Juggernaut's not working at all. It's not doing anything. That's a me thing, not a nit thing, though. Cavalry is dealt with almost entirely. And Lu Bu's just having a party on these Yi Vanguard crossbows, so, you know, it all worked out fine. She's gonna lament, and Julan's gonna be like, "Oh my goodness, I didn't know you were so upset. You're my best friend. I have to help you." Because of course, being a damsel in distress is not limited to manipulating Lu Bu. Everyone is inspired by her beauty. But the man himself is here. There we go. Order to the Tyrant. Range block chance. It's like a... It's that normal block chance thing, but just a little bit fancier. And then, of course, the reinforcements now are showing up, and Yan Xiao's like, "Oh, wait, no, where am I? Oh, no." Backtracking twice. Alright, so 2 functional stacks. We're gonna get one of the best characters. Enemies are weak. Concentrated force. Gongdu's got better movement. Gotta take care of him. And yeah, you know, you gotta. You're quite right with the indecision. I just thought, like, I had to deal with it. I didn't even see how strong his army was, and I should have remembered that he was beat up. But yeah, better to take something and then, you know, deal with the consequences of it later.
又赢了一次。
Chun Yu-chung, you may be drunk, reckless, scholarly, and fiery, and you may have a wonderful phoenix beak, but we are a good guy, and you're not like a bandit, and Lubu doesn't have orders to murk everybody. Those bandits, that was a different thing. Dong Nin's right here, too. He will go tell his brother if Lubu's acting up. We have to let him go.
放了他们，让他们老，放了这群废物。
Alright, and Galgan declared war on us too, which is going to allow us to deal with that problem here in a bit.
一往无前。
These armies are mega beat up though, so maybe they... No, he'd be able to take it, but then he'd die, so maybe he'll back out. Yeah, well, let's see how it goes. Yuan Yi, the loyal Yuan. If you're so loyal, why are you willing to join me? Now the Green General, yeah. So we get a food production thing, but I think here we'll just do... I'm like, well, you know, no, Filion and Corrupt is the move, yeah. Not least for satisfaction problems. Oh, to the Hun. Ah, yes, good call. He is 60. Not really concerned with these other fools. He tries to night battle us. We move away though, so maybe this will restrict him again. Military access? I don't think so, Hansui. I don't think so, buddy. We saw what happened the last time you started. And the bandits are in all sorts of dire straits. My girl. The joyous day has finally come. Glorious day. Lu Ji has come of age. She is ready to serve our faction. Alright, so... Do we pick her up right now? Alright. Daughter of the Dragon. 15 replenishment. Yes, yes. And she gets the Star Seeker, which is unbreakable. Big AP damage. Luigi's armor. 15 melee evasion. Attack rate. Good, good, good. Martial Prodigy lets her pop for damage and AP damage. She doesn't have Zeal in the tree. She doesn't have Zeal in the tree because she's a guardian or champion. Rage of Luigi gives splash damage and, oh yeah, like a Lubu thing, exactly, like father, like daughter. And then Flower on the Battlefield, which, if she's fighting, it pumps up her melee evasion. All right, yeah, awesome. Awesome. Great. Perfect. She's a disciplinarian, which gives her fatigue resistant. She's feared and charismatic. We should actually give her a whole bunch of benefits to the faction for being there in terms of satisfaction and the like. Yeah, but see the red there. This was the picture I saw, but I guess the red in the color of the artwork was more jumping out than the green, right, for the champion thing. So I just assumed that she'd be a Vanguard. But yeah, there we go. Like, I'm more inclined to grab her down here. Alright, and he's like going through this weird place on the side. That is mega annoying. Ambush, hope it works. He might take that place though. We'll just ambush and hope it works. Otherwise Gongdu gets inside and that's even worse. No, because he'll have to go to the... Well, we already screwed it up. We already made a movement decision and didn't go with it. So, you know, there you go.
唯有扫清六合，天下才能再一次感受到了家的温暖。前进！参见大人。
主公召我。
They're not really needed over here anymore. They put down one rebellion, and that was what we needed. Must have been a Cao Cao thing. I'm like, why was it even that unstable? Must have been a Cao Cao thing. If you ever wonder why your stuff doesn't work, it's Cao Cao. He's why. Oh, and they're totally out of reserves here. I guess we move here. I'm like, oh yeah, no. We can just get peace with them. And then re-summon Lubu over to this side? I don't know. We won't be able to really give it away to one of our vassals. We would have to make a new one. Oh, we went the wrong way. We went the wrong way. Idiot.
必须整顿歇息，再做打算。悉听尊便。
Okay, so he just like ran over that way. That's good, I guess. I don't know.
请下命令。
Alright, so I want to get her in this army, but it's going to take like 8 turns for her units to get into the army, which means we may never get her in. Oh well. Probably should have went for replenishment and not Onyx Dragons. Oh well. Guess it's, I mean, like, we don't need it. The first one we only needed for the reform. I guess we can break it down and get a different building. The percentage increase doesn't seem to matter.
Gan掉敌军，迅速出击！
为了至善至真，我等需奋力前行。
哼，他们根本不知我要进攻何处。
良言讲完，希望各位能身体。
And they sally out, and they sally out. Good, good. No, he serves versus and is near Russian Masters, yes. And then, there we go. They start running very foolishly indeed right into the middle of the Archer Concave. And we're gonna make Lubu go berserk, because of course we are. And the Juggernaut's just gonna walk forward here and start shooting at guys. Yeah, whatever. Close range trebuchets, brutal stuff. Alright, so in conclusion, I don't think I should bring Juggernauts into armies. I think I'm too stupid to use them. I think for every one time I've used a Juggernaut right, it's been 10,000 wasted gold. I should just bring another Treb. I literally never do it right. Only if I, like, have 10 minutes to plan and the enemy can, like, totally cooperates. Have I ever used one right? Just terrible. But it's like in Warhammer, right? Like, I literally can't even use throwers for dwarves, the fire drakes, because I'm such garbage that they just don't work. Oh yeah, and I guess here we'll get her dumpstered by some Saber Militia. Good. What an idiot. I'm so bad at this game.
敌方士兵正在溃逃。
Anyway, we're just gonna keep on walking this Juggernaut around because I'm an idiot. Maybe we could walk it through a tower or something. If they ever figure out how to do a brain transplant, y'all will be the first to know. Finally start playing worth a damn.
士兵正在溃逃。
Alright, Just terrible. And then right at the end, it finally does something and melts a whole unit right when it doesn't matter. Classic. Timeless. I'm not getting rid of it. We're gonna keep on using it until I learn how to work with the game. Whichever happens first.
要这些俘虏也没用，此诚甚善，先收下了。
Galgon falls in battle, and his faction falls to the wayside.
杀！
开战！正在行进。
Yeah, I think he'll just have to like try to go home now, right? Because I don't even think he auto-resolve wins against these places. And maybe he will, and then we'll just try to stand up and fight him, right? Right. After all, it's not like this is a total catastrophe and the campaign's over. That's what I said 2 turns ago. But thanks to my wise advisor, I know that's not true. And also, I mean, how could it be over if Lucia's arrived? We just make her the heir to the faction. Say, forget the Emperor, walk her up to Shuofeng, she would become a bandit queen. I even got these axes for her, you know? It'd be easy. If it would have auto-resolved against the Silk, he would have already done it. I see, I see. Go to this and then get like a tax at a public order building, maybe? I mean, income for the tools might be fine too, but we'll see.
请下命令。
我们来商讨一番，仔细想想。
又是你这厮！只得如此。
Alright, so I don't see how I can get off of this land at all. I mean, we can make another vassal. That'll probably be the smart move, right? We'll just loop up here, get together, and then move out here, grab these, create a vassal, have a little buffer state there. Which, importantly, will let us know if Yuan Shao is at the door again. Or may let us know. Looks like Yuan Shu is doing too well against Liu Kong here. Sad. Poor guy. Liu Chong, rather. Liu Kong is not running the Yu Biao's faction yet. Like, they're not even really messing with that pass. I think we can leave it alone. This will boost the nearby silk, so it is worth doing. He's actually losing to Liu Chong? Okay. Oh yeah, you know, I guess that army is very beat up, huh? We need him to still do well, of course, because we got this trade agreement going on. You know, we hardly want him to lose. Now here we can just get peace with Matong and send him home. But we're going to want to take this copper mine once we go up there, so we won't do that. On the idea that he'll probably just walk home anyway, because there's no advantageous places for him to go here, right? And we'll figure that his supplies are going to run pretty low pretty soon. He's been away from home for a hot minute. Like, what do we do with him once we get her in here, though? Put him with Dong Zhuo, who can maraud in here and, you know, go on the offensive to protect the Emperor. Ah! Han Sui went up here and took the horse animal tamer at Shuofeng. So, you know, now we won't have to pay to roll it up in the event that he declares war on us again, which we imagine he will, given his predilection for being bad. Oh, incidentally, the Yellow Turban Rebellion has kicked out this bandit faction again. This is Zhang Zhang's bandit faction, right? Yeah, with the red fringe.
说话小心点。说话小心点。
Yep. Interesting stuff. They just like they were like, no, I don't want to work for him. Like, no, these guys are even worse than before. Ah.
机不可失，时不再来。
Aha. Liu Bei. He's here. Look, as long as it's just one of these fools at a time running across the mountains, I'm good. The young emperor comes of age. Now, of course, what we need to do is be able to manipulate this, and once we get people declared the enemies of the Han, then we can keep fighting them, because otherwise, when we're offensively attacking, we get in trouble with the boss. We can declare people enemy of the Han, but they have to be under 50 in the first place. So, like, we could make Sun Jian enemy of the Han just to, you know, bash them. Or Yuan Shu, another thing. But really, it's like, we need to... I'm like, how is he at 100? But yes, Liu Bei, he's here. He has walked all the way over from here. He is... Yeah, he's at war with the Han Empire and Dong Zhuo. Come on now. Intimidation gets a lot of favor turn. Oh yeah, 4 per turn. Oh yeah, it's awesome. Couple random ancillaries. It's worth 1,000 for that. I believe it is. Sometimes you get good ones, right? You know, like here, we get an Imperial bow. That's good. I'm like, you know, giving it to... Oh, she's already got one. So we'll see if we can do a classic 1-2 punch here. Yeah, we're tanking the reserves by standing in the pass. We're going to hope that by moving here, we'll be able to get him to move into the ambush and then smash. Erratic advisor. Go to. Because of the faction council event. Oh, and then they used it on a gate pass because they are very bright. Good for them. Liu Chong is rocking out. Look at his peacekeepers. Look at the Royal Guard. I mean, they're getting it done, right? Well, I think the thing to do here, right, is we... Because Yuan Shu is declared himself emperor, so obviously we're going to declare him an enemy of the Han. That'll take us down to 65, but we'll be able to jump up there, go to 75. Nice enough spot. Boom, boom, boom. And now... Oh yeah, Gongsun's on. And of course, he will be very annoying to fight, given that he's got quite good units. Yan Shao, oh yeah, very much on the back foot here, huh? But I guess we were able to break his coalition a little bit, or rather stop it from gaining steam, and then, you know, he loses a couple of those armies, makes him look weak, makes him actually weak, and then, you know, people get a move against him. Alright, so now Montung is just straight falling apart at this volume. We know he can't take Chang'an. We know that if he goes any further in, he'll get even further hurt. I don't think the computer will just, like, move in here and be like, haha, we'll, you know, annex Shiyan. But it might. It might do. And, of course, now the era is upon us. Oh, and this actually gives us big silk income boost, too. I forgot about that. This... Oh, yeah, so technically, the Onyx Dragon Rush is probably just what you want to do here anyway, right? Because of this position with the silk all around, you're quite incentivized to go up this tree, because you can't even get to, like, the level 4 silk place without that, right? Yeah, right. So really, you know, you get your ports, you got your silk. Anybody new want peace? Let's see. Ma Teng would, but of course we've got, you know, we want to take this copper mine away from him. And then bandits, but they're hardly...
有话快说。
hardly advantageous. Anyway, we're gonna take a short break real quick, and then I will we'll be back for King Gonsen's on Bebot.
你还不如去死！
At 20, I mean, it's a lot. We should have made him an enemy of the Han and induced other people to go against him, rather than Yuan Shu, who wasn't doing too well. It's just he declared himself emperor, and that offends me, right? It offends me greatly. But anyway, we're going to take a short break, and then I'll be right back for a little bit more playing for however long we're playing tonight. Man, what a fun campaign. Maybe this will be the only campaign I ever play again. Starting from a small thing is fun too. But, you know, I don't know if this would work out if it weren't for your wise advice, but I think we're going to be able to get it. I think I can. I hope I can. But anyway, we'll BRB. Alright. You say it becomes an enemy of the Han automatically. Well, I will remember that for next time. You know, it's so fun to control the Emperor, right? I mean, to faithfully execute the wishes of the Emperor. To faithfully execute. Alright, that reminds me. We can actually swap right now the Onyx Dragons, right? Because that immediately transfers over. So we are about to become the madman here. We can keep like one crossbow for money's sake. Oh, missions. No. Oh, issue Imperial Decree. I see. Like how Sasao can spend the credibility points and such. I see. Alright, so there's that, and then I guess we'll go ahead. And get this army improved too, because I mean we need both of these armies to be proper good armies, right? Which in this iteration is just having a very small amount of cavalry, just enough to hold them there, and then you know, some other stuff going on. We're still gonna do the Juggernaut. We're gonna keep on using the Juggernaut until I get better at the game, or give up on being better at the game, whichever happens first. No one knows which it'll be. So Liu Bei is probably going to walk into a trap here. I sure hope he is. So when you click on his, it says he's a virtuous paragon, but we know that we are actually a virtuous paragon. Speaking of, our untrustworthy tag is going to be gone pretty soon. Ambush succeeded. Time to brawl. Oh yeah. And of course, they walk into the forces of the pass also reinforce. Three minutes till they come in here. Now what we'll want to do... Feel bad if they weren't realists. Exactly. Like, look, Dong Zhuo understands their concern. Dong Zhuo doesn't mean to invalidate the concerns of the coalition. It doesn't look good, and people are out there telling very outrageous stories that, if taken at face value, do paint an unflattering picture of the way things are going here. However, it's really incumbent on Liu Bei, as a member of the Imperial family, to do his homework a little better before he puts in danger the people who are doing everything they can to protect the Emperor. Like, it's pretty sad, really, that they can't see past their prejudice about Dong Zhuo to see that we're why everything is doing well here. But, you know, we're not in it for the praise, we're not in it for the glory, or so people say nice things about us. We're just here to do our duty to the Empire. And we're gonna try. Chong Fei, you want to duel me? Very well, I accept. Of course, this is going to give them oath sworn, so maybe I shouldn't have done. Liu Bei is getting away? Okay, no, he's not. Alright, the Juggernaut is not going to shoot at anyone ever. Got it. Good. They dropped off of their siege weapons when they got charged, I think. Wow, wow, wow! He's getting dumpstered! Oh my goodness! Wow! Good news, we're gonna lose. No, we've got our other army to show up. Wow, wow, wow. It's all the shambles. Shows what I can do in an ambush, right? Losing the game hard. Juggernaut never... I keep saying I want to... I'm not convinced I should be trying to use the Juggernaut, right? Oh, it's not... None of my... Alright, let's do this over again. Yeah, let's do this over again. I was like, why are none of them falling down? Because even with that deployment, we should have just roasted Liu Bei when he came in. We'll do the same thing. We'll just actually shoot this time. I just did skirmish mode instead of fire at will. Yep. Alright, so how bad is this deployment if we have shooting turned on? Because we were just kind of charging in there. We're not going to do the duel again. You know, so we're going to really do it a lot differently. And Liu Bei still goes right through, and then... You know, I thought we would be at a good enough angle for that. No, so in conclusion, we are way too close to the Arc of the Juggernaut, and I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. But we're actually shooting this time, and you can definitely tell that the shooting matters, you know? Liu Bei doesn't have Unbreakable, so if we can just hit him one more time, he'll run away, right? Right? Oh, they are in the cookie jar now. Or they're trying to flee. One or the other. Man, ambushes are rough. They're... Because you gotta block this place or they'll run away, but, you know... It doesn't leave you a lot of room to actually ambush them, especially a map like this with so many trees, you know, you can't just spread out here because you can't shoot through anywhere else. But I think our concave, you know, if we can stay defended, will be okay for a bit. Maybe not. Juggernaut continues to not fire. No, they're firing. They're doing something, right? It's about sending a message. It's just, you hate, like, when you see someone get, like, 3,000 kills with chariots in Warhammer, and you say, but I can only get 10 kills. It's like, you know that there's something you're not seeing.
敌将已被我军斩了。
I think Zhongfei and Guan Yu already escaped in the old,
就是
runaway thing there. Anyway, absolutely bonkers.
做好准备，上！龙魂伴我，鼓起勇气，顽强不屈，加速前进。
Really?
胜利又近
All of this in 3 minutes, where I proceed to essentially barely win. This would have been easier as a field battle.
我方援兵终于
We could have
来了
done night battle. We would have been able to shoot them as they came across. It would have been easier as a field battle. Probably has something to do with my experience level, but probably because it would have been easier as a field battle. But Luigi gets to at least triumphantly come across the battlefield and say, "Hey, Dad! Hey, I grew up! Hey, Dad! I grew up! I got this armor, and I got this halberd. I got a horse and a bow. I brought these guys with a bunch of spears. And now we're gonna hang out, and it's just gonna be you and me, old man." Terrible. Axemen Tsuchi's. Oh yeah, you know, with 30, they won't stand and fight.
攻无不克，战无不胜。放了这群废物，放了他们，让他们牢记我的大恩大德。
若我军还能再战，
And Yansho is showing up. Now, of course, this is a bandit over here. There's no reason to have peace with them. They're a bandit. And there's no reason to have peace with them. They're not a threat anymore.
贪得无厌。
Their infamy is inferior. Yanshao is showing up again. This is not going to help him any, right? And we'll just have to keep managing our... Oh, from faction leader rank we also get it. So yeah, there's a bunch of order to go around. We will, of course, continue as Prime Minister, as is my right. And rather, my obligation. My right, you know. At any point, he could ask me not to work for him anymore, and obviously I would listen. Joyous day, Dong Zhuo, a son is born. Liu Chong has been slain in the night by the coward Robert Ford. Sorry, Yanshu. Terrible stuff. Oh, Luo Jun gets a nice little icon thing there, and for one more turn, you can look at his smiling face. The Prince of Chen. Before it disappears. Alas. And here, Montaigne is losing literally all of his forces to it.
扬兵千日，用兵一时。
Boom, baby. Taking that auto
来盛宴
resolve.
席，欢呼庆祝吧！
Bet he's sorry now. Oh, right. We lose a little bit of Imperial favor. Not much. I guess when the army's real weak, you don't lose too much of it. Like, I gotta be careful. I don't have to be that careful. We're doing okay. 74 is a fine level, you know. We can be comfy with 74. Are they in ambush? Maybe. Does it matter? Maybe not.
起武器，
They are not in ambush. We, however, can definitely not delegate this. They're probably going to come out at us. Probably.
无心似火，不屈不灭。
Say Luojan's quite good. Nice.
吾等大义势如波涛，定要
Yeah, I already love this mod so much. It feels, you know,
全力作战。
very much in line with how you could imagine them making characters if they added more and more and more, right? Middle plus, yeah. You know, and, you know, and it feels sort of cheerful, you know, like they knew that they were giving you all the stuff you wanted and they were all about it. Alright, we're just going to go, like, right here. Of course, we don't have the fire arrows here yet, but we do have 3 Onyx Dragons, so that'll have to do. Oh. Vanguard. Like, they'll probably come out at me. Yes, they will indeed come out at me.
敌人觉察到我军了。
But they are going to be coming out into, you know, withering archer fire. They're not going to have a great time here. We're turtled up. Turtle, turtle. I'm like, no, don't get burned. He's so brave. Of course, the thing about Onyx Dragons, too, is that they can win a stand-up fight against, like, some guys. These are White Wave veterans. These are, like, a little special than just some guys. Not too much more special. Are they unbreakable? No. Good. Oh, wow, the archer fire withering. Drop the engines, run! Nope, never mind, don't need to tell him to do that. We're just gonna walk up and roast him, right? Yeah. You know, we probably should have just charged a guy in. Definitely should have just charged a guy in. Bringers of Righteousness. Oh, those guys. Yeah, there's a lot of guys there. We probably shouldn't have just sat there. Oh wait, no. I gave the attack order. That's bad. If you give the attack order to the block, then the spear guard will run in front of the fire, and that is not ideal. Yeah, we definitely should have just charged in there, like so, and like this. Yeah, these wave veterans really like to brawl. They've got, I guess all of these guys, this is like, you know, mid-tier or top tier for the yellow turbans. You know, this is A good yellow turban garrison. Wow, wow, wow. You click on this thing and he starts running after those. Hate, 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 hate. Oh. Oh, that's... So Hidden Strike is an imbuement on him, and every 5 seconds that he hits them, it's doing that 5,000 damage for 30 seconds. So that's 30k damage every... Oh, wow. Okay, that ability's real good. That ability's real good. That was Cao Cao. Now I thought it was like, click on it, do the thing. No, that's... Dude, if you're in a blob, that'll be worth a lot. Cool. You pace yourself, the unit deletions or pace yourself, making me avoid it. Yeah, yeah. And here they draw us in front of the towers. But what's the alternative, right? The alternative is letting us get shot up by the archers. If we run them down, it'll be over and we'll only lose a bunch more units. Now, is this better than doing the auto-resolve? I hope so. Because both of their armies are still outside. However, we have most of our Onyx Dragons and most of our Spear Guard. You know, it's really just the Cav that got a bit beat up. Yeah. It's not so much that I'm not getting kills, it's like that I can see that if I could just like think slightly more, then it would work. And two, it's like I just look, unless I'm like being ambushed and I like pause for, or slow down for a second for something cinematic, I don't really like to pause to issue orders. And if I did, you know, then it would be a lot easier for me to like notice stuff, but I just, you know, it's not as fun for me or whatever. Even though I would definitely benefit from it on account of how I'm not very good. We need to do deluge, or no, we'll go this way first. Getting the range firing rate fine, the fire arrows, the night battle, that'll be the important thing, because this army needs to be able to fend for itself, right? Speaking of fending for itself, this guy, man, if only we had something good for him to run around with. Yeah, get him a sword with some expertise, right? Liru wishes he has that ability too. Alright, so... yeah. Alright, here we... like, I guess we keep his retinue the same. No, we'll drop a couple of Axe Band out of it. So we'll probably put, like, some Cav with him or something. If he goes in with, like, a champion and a strategist. I don't know. Anyway, axe band are bad, and I don't want to pay for them whenever we go to redo them, because I think... Because we either move them over here into Dongmin's army, or we drop them... Because Li Zhu's got to get in the... Lu Qi has got to get into the force there. So what do we do with this brilliant fighter, right? I mean, we could move him over here instead of Zhurong, but, you know, spear guards are good. This is the hardest part. I don't know. I guess we just recall him and then put him somewhere some other time. I mean, we could just keep him over here for a bit. You know, same thing as we did. Just try to use him as an ambush bait. But no, Lu Bu needs to be an ambush. Although, I mean... Yeah, no, we couldn't quite get there. We probably could have before we did this nonsense. Probably could have. The good news is that Yuan Shao doesn't have Cav here, right? He's got a lot of those Warriors of Yi, which are armored up a bit, but not super heavily armored, right? 32 armor, no shields. Vanguard crossbows, these are heavily armored. Or rather, moderately armored, but have shields. So they will match up very well against my Onyx Dragons, but not so well against, you know, the marauding cavalry. So it's a very rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper situation there. But hopefully they'll just walk into us. Like, I don't think... No, we're never going to use the unique Vanguard, right? I mean, we've got one here, but... Or a non-unique Vanguard. But he's only in this army because someone's in the army. I think I like commanders better. Although Flames of the Phoenix is real good for clearing out blocks. Alright, they walk up into it. Let's go. Of course, they are attacking the weaker force. We can just hang out back here, and we'll be fine. After all, we'll be there in no time. I will say this for Liu Bei, very brave, smart. I'm like, does Resolve kick on? No, I don't think so. Because we're not actually stronger. We just looked that way a little bit. Zhang Fei's armor gives him fatigue immunity. Look, as fun as it would be to do a father-daughter duel here, I just don't want to do that. If it's balancer, otherwise, I see. Pop this roar, make the cav run, I hope. All right, they'll just walk around. That's right. Smart. Good. I mean, it is total war. If you don't tell your men to defend themselves, they will simply die. They'll say, well, you didn't say to not let him kill me. I just do what I'm told. Like a whole bunch of soldiers who think they get paid by the hour or something. Like if we die, you don't get anything. And they're like, nah, boss, I'm good. I'm just chilling, doing my thing. Please shoot them. All right, we might have murdered ourselves. The cav totally died to something, who knows what, not me. Super messy. Pretty bad, but hey, it got done at least. And he attacked me, I think, which means that he'll lose the Imperial favor, not me, I think. God awful. Man, just terrible. And somehow they shoot at point blank range? That's pretty sick, actually. Good for them, right? Hey, it worked out. Whatever. You know, I do something like charge everybody across piecemeal without really having to set up and then wonder why it doesn't go perfect, you know? What are you gonna do, right?
人各为其主，他们不过是奉命行事罢了。
吾等不能。
Yu Chong has been succeeded by Man Baozhu. Should we give a little spin and a swirl there? Knock her down.
随我来。
向前，出征数日，今日始归。
Ah, Matsuo, I see you now.
那就快点吧。
Who's that with you? Hua Loni, Archer of the West. Cool. Cool. Love it. So, Ma Teng apparently gets some cool new people too, in addition to Peng Di. How exciting. Ma Teng's wife. Nice, nice. So he gives element of surprise. Just uses on a target to give him no armor, melee attack rate, speed, melee evasion for 30 seconds. Okay, and then sound advice, which is an aura for generals to be evasive, attack rate, speed, and decrease cooldown. Cool. And Ma Yunlu, who's Zhao Yun's fictional wife. Oh, cool. Yeah, you know, Yan Shu here, you know, he, look, it's not great how close he looks like he is, but look, we're not gonna give it up for free. I guess we just keep on trying to do this, right? Because if it fails, we could just move Zhang Liao away. Hey-oh, look at that! You know, now that we have fought them a few times, had honorable treatment, and released generals and stuff, yeah, look.
朋友，欢迎。
Alright, so he doesn't want peace yet, but soon enough, we could make the Emperor tell him to do it. But, you know, we'll wait. Wei Yan, a totally different guy than anybody else who might have a similar sounding name or a vaguely similar looking hat. Totally different. Ma Xiao? Oh, that's right, we, Alright, what's that thing that... Alright, so... We don't get the gain per turn, but we can put him in and yank him out right now, right? Yeah, because we don't need the gain per turn. We have enough to push it, extract, boom, baby. Now we're talking. And importantly now, no Ma Chao up here. Look at me! Spies! I mean, I know that there's more to it than just stealing the guy, but it makes me feel real good to steal the guy. Oh, right. The melee damage in our army was reduced too.
"以我之能，必将超越此风。"
At least the damned river is actually something outside of Lubu. Side of the city was in. You know, it's a good strategy. There is this time when in one of the Mongolian conquests of northern China, they like tried to divert this river to flood the city, and it didn't work super well. And it ended up getting a lot of them instead. But then, the next time they tried it, they were a lot better at it. Alright, they predict a Pyrrhic victory. I guess they've seen me fight, so they know it's nothing special. But this time will be better. And, importantly, you know, these ambushes aren't going off, but that means they are attacking, and that means they are losing the Imperial favor, and that is very good indeed. At least to me. It makes me feel good. Because, like, I don't want them to be favored. I want to be favored. Alright, so this time we'll just retreat, too. Say this time as well, this one. Yes, yes. Little raggedy, be fine. He has fatigue immune, so he can go out front and scout a little bit. Alright, here they come. Oh, they'll be sorry soon. Alright, the ones in his army can't do any stuff because they don't have a strategist or a commander. You want a brawl, buddy? Yeah, very well, I accept. You want to go? Yeah, let's go. There we go, drop the Wisdom of the River. And with that, the Sentinels should just drop, right? Because the Sentinel, all they have is evasion. So when you get them into a situation like that, oh goodness gracious. Well, he's totally surrounded by halberds now. You know, that's not very sporting of him. Of course, it's not very smart of me. So it's like, hey, do you want to duel me in the middle of my troops? Sure, I'll let you get back on your horse. A lie. But Yuan Shao is here. Zhang Liao is running. Yeah, I saw they were at 220 range. They have 31 firing rate. Sometimes you see a unit and they have way more than they should have. Like 17, okay. This has 31. That ain't right. Yeah, big morale, shields and armor. Like, look, a shielded armor-piercing crossbow unit. Who do you think you are, the Dark Elves? But now we're having a time, and Lu Ji is like, hey, you want to go? Dad's going to be so proud of me after I knock Yuan Shao down. Gives him a little horse kick there. Good, good, good. Yeah, his unique units are so good. Because, like, the halberds he gets, you know, they're not extraordinary, but they're a lot better than the G equivalents are, right? Like, a lot better. And then the Defenders of Hebei are, like, really great. Huge morale, big armor, you know. Yeah, that it's in the good. Yeah, with all the Captain news that you've talked about in his bonuses and the fact that like he gets all the other stuff, it does sort of seem like he wouldn't need unique cavalry, unique ranged units, and unique infantry on top of all of his other very solid mechanics. When Liu Bei's over there with some archers. But I guess Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, they both got a lot of that from the later expansions, right? The 200 date, and Liu Bei didn't really ever get a thing like that, at least not that I could tell. No, they probably had one planned. Or rather, sort of planned. They might go very good, yeah. And you know, some of that was my fault. I should have bought it when it was new, even though my hands didn't work. Yeah, and we're going to make Lu Ji the Grand Commandant, because of course we are. And Ma Qiao gets the Comet Spear! Woo! Yeah, I thought it was faction-wide. Yeah, it was definitely on him. They did that a time or two ago also. And it looks like Gongdu is going to roll up Matung over here. Which, again, couldn't have happened to him if he had behaved properly. Say instead of banishing him, he executes them. Making them faction to some. I thought you could do either. Yeah, you can release them from service. Oh, but like because the other one, the banishing, is you just taking their stuff, but they still go out into the world. Okay, right. Yeah, I saw it because it gives you intimidation if you do that. But I was like, well, you know, we're a good guy. But I guess in the later game, you just recruit random people and then, like, specifically just to get rid of them, which is, you know, cartoon villain evil. Like, well, you see, I learned that you would give experience if we treated you thus, and, well, that left me with no choice.
一统山河。
Campaign line of sight? Yeah, that's good. That's actually very good. Can use course to force confederations to become king. Oh, nice, yeah. Just that extra bit of push, because normally you can't do stuff in that one, but. And here we roll up because we'll be able to pop both of them and maybe capture / release Yanshao. This is March, so they won't be able to get out. Yeah, there we go. And we'll be able to attack both of them. Excellent. No hero and no captain in charge of the retinue either. Hard knock life, buddy. You want to go? Yeah, very well, I accept. She's like, ah, Dad's gonna duel, Dad's gonna duel, I wanna go watch, I wanna go watch. And importantly, buff his attack speed. We run on through, we run on around. We don't want to run into the brace, we want to run around and through like so. Boom, baby. And we're gonna drop his splash damage hit right here. Oh yeah, boom! There we go, that's what you want to see. Like, it's over for you guys when our archers actually finally start shooting. Oh, goodness gracious. My brilliant, beautiful trebuchet is saying, well, you said shoot at him, boss.
准备好了，鼓起勇气。
And red hair is waiting over here, just waiting for us to jump back on top. Where's red hair? There's my horse.
快点，加速前进！注意，速速前进！准备好了，立正！
敌军仓皇逃窜，一群懦夫！准备就绪！
加快脚步，赶快，赶快！跑起来！
时机已至。
Like, you want to duel me? Very well, I accept. He's gonna be really surprised when her girlfriend rolls in and totally drops the base, though.
加速前进！水胜万物！
Get her, Lucci! Yang Liang's got nothing on you, Liang. Nothing rhymes with bang.
敌将受手！
Boom, baby!
准备好了，杀呀！准备就绪，顽强不屈。注意，长剑，射击敌军。
Oh, he still never got on the horse. It's all good. It's destroyed and Shannon executed. Like 20 people to confess. Oh, right, because you get the resource for doing it. So then, once you get it, you can keep on your reign of terror to convince other people to do it. Brutal and effective.
杀！注意！
Lady Liu. Not running away. This is Yan Shao's wife? Maybe?
敌将已被我军斩了。
鼓起勇气，冲击敌军！鼓起勇气，速速前进！
Because, of course, he's an Imperial relative. Well, you know, he's got to. Wait, what? Oh! It's like, what happened? How could she? Oh, because, you know, probably the fire did it.
射手听命，准备就绪，攻击敌军。请坐，快点！
Well, Lu Ji and her get along better than Lu Bu and her do, I guess. Lu Bu already got over it. He's like, yeah, whatever. We're good.
杀！赶跑敌军！
加快脚步，龙魂猛士，加快步伐。
片甲不留！
Hey, Liam.
敌军仓皇逃窜，一群懦
How
夫！
to get along. That's why she keeps winning the duels level 1. Indeed, you know. They're good friends. Like, just please start shooting. Oh my goodness. They sure like to take their sweet time getting into line, don't they? There goes Shuyo again. Yeah. He's like, Let's scheme away
攻无不
again.
克，战无不胜。
Nope, he lives. It's Lady Yu who dies. Sad. All for the ambitions, well, misunderstandings of her husband. Look, we're not gonna employ you.
放了这群废物。 放了他们，让他们牢记我的大恩大德，恪守职责。向前进军。
Of course, we end up pretty beat up. We'll just go here to reinforce in the event that it's necessary.
齐步前行。
You know, not like it probably should be, but you know, we gotta get together here. All right, now. Yeah, fatigue resistance for the retinue. Good there. Hooray! Yes, level 2 at last. Of course, now we're at war with him, right? But he's not gonna like.
咱们讲话要讲理守序。
Yeah. Yeah, we can just wait. Because even if, yeah, they're not gonna march this army in, and even if they did, Lu Ji and Lu Bu are still like perfectly alive. The army's still fine. The cavalry are barely beat up. Yeah. You should just eat them. Yeah, yeah. Because Yan Shao and such, they'll be leaving, and then we can just roll up, grab this. We wanted to get Shandong anyway, you know, for a commandery, and then we can just, we could put a new person in charge, mayhap. Reform-wise now, I'm like, do we go up this way to the administrator position? I don't know. You know, we've got options now. I'm thinking just go get 10% replenishment. It's gonna take like 6 years though. Yeah, because we need a spare administrator, because otherwise we can't shuffle stuff around. Even right now, like, you know, the court is full of beloved family members and cartoon villains. Yeah, because they start you off with a few armies, a few admins, a few trade or whatever, but, you know, you don't have all those levels in the middle to select how you want your faction to grow up. And there we do the classic where they can night battle, but you know that you'll get away for free. Here, we came out in front. We came out in front so that he would try to come and get us. If you're on the other side, they can move through. But here, I don't think they'll be able to. And we thought maybe they would waste some movement, and it worked.
他们想要在你出击
Right,
前
yeah.
削弱你，最好派出军队前去解围。
And by losing anything, you lose tons of intimidation. Okay. Lady Zhurong is going there. Lose tons of it. All right. Oh, he finally came up from over by the pass. I'm like, where did he even come from? There did he even come from?
可定天下。
But it's like, if their army's pretty weak, you don't lose that much imperial favor, I don't think.
要这些俘虏也没用。你要怎样？
Maybe not at all in that case.
朋友，欢迎。
快点！前进！
大道如一。你要怎样？
You know, and now Yuanshao likes us. Look at that. Not enough to have peace. I mean, we could make it work, but I'm not going to pay him for peace. Well, peace on favorable or neutral terms is fine if they offer it, but we're not going to be like trying to make them have peace, you know? I think I have a little more sense than that. Like, no, a little further up.
恢复原样。原地候命。
Now they either take that or not, but if they take it, and then they'll take some damage, and then we'll be able to roll in and grab it. Not that I particularly want to hold this side, but I mean, we've still got the Han Empire buffer here. Because sometimes it doesn't let you do it. Yeah, I've noticed a few times. Where I'm like, how about you don't? Alright, so we're going to do this again. Because if we get him, you know, he'll try to move in. We'll just move to the other side of the pass again. We're just standing out in front and challenging him and then scurrying away. Because look, if we just waste his time, good. If he tries to walk down that way, well, that won't be great, right? So the longer he spends on this side trying to do something, the better off we are. Now, Liu Bei could potentially come to attack the pass here. But we're going to hope that we can just make him have peace. I mean, I might be regretting it if we don't peace out and we end up losing more of this stuff, but... Alright, we have plenty of money right now. And this was a yellow turban place, so we need to convert... Oh, and I don't have any... That's the old brother garrison. Because if we keep provoking him like this, he's just going to run out of supplies and he'll have to go home, and then I will look very smart. I don't even know where you live, man. Why are you even at war with me? In that case, let's do it.
任务完成。
Gongsun forms a coalition there, so it looks like that might be the people to worry about. Chugong gets knocked out. Yellow turbans feeling happy. Oh, he's right here. That's right, it's this guy. I just didn't recognize him with the real face. Alright, so Liu Bao now is coming in, but is Yan Shu at war with him? No, somehow not. Of course, it looks like they're about to get into the cookie jar pretty bad.
保持原样，心怀怒火，奋勇杀敌。国军如有天助，气焰大盛，职责所在。进攻！
And then that's the Yellow Turban Rebellion out there.
设宴摆席，欢呼庆祝吧！ 还是有些用处的。
So now we'll be in a position to march down in here and
悉心节欲，待时而发。
and hold off here. So okay, so we've got a mounted foragers, which gives us starting rank for cavalry, commandery wide. But yeah, so this is it gives public order and food and replenishment. Like all of those are fine. Obviously, in the longer term, we're going to want to get it, but yeah. Only if we could piece out the Yellow Turbans in Montong. Montong, we know we could.
那就快点吧。
Which we might as well do it now, right? Because he'll lose that anyway to somebody, and then we can deal with it later, and we can make him pay us in the meantime. Negative 176. Right. And they've only got the pass Gongdu does, but that means we should finish them, right? No reason to let them go.
心有所欲，因而导之。
一匡天下。 如此方可传布大义。迷途众生，即待我等开示。
I'm like, can I get him? No, we're just gonna go. So if we. If he moves in, then we'll just pop him later. Yeah, we don't want this guy running around. Oh, we can't even catch him. Of course we can't catch him. Well, it's fine. This way we'll be able to get our replenishment and some supplies, because we are getting low on that. What do you call this? It isn't really... I consider it really a success because we are bloodying them badly. We are increasing our relations with everyone in the coalition. We're developing fondness. with some of like Shu's generals, like that could really pay off in the long run. And yeah, you know, we're diverting their focus here now.
朋友，欢迎。
Now that Liu Bei is doing that, like, is it worth it to keep the pass? Eh. Not really. This pass, yes. This pass, not really.
唯有扫清六合，天下才能平定。
No, we don't want to build there yet. Or here yet.
“别来无恙。”
Yeah, not quite. A wooden fish isn't enough for you? I'd totally use that. That would go on a green guy. A green guy? I got green guys. There's a green guy over in this Gao Shun's army. Guo Si's over here, and this little one we got Zhu Rong over here. He's a green guy. But no, you're right. Trade agreement with Martin, yeah, awesome. But actually, agri-economy focus is probably better, right? Well, no, because industry and... Wow, we make more money off of silk than we make off of all of the taxes now. Wowza. And Yanxiao just walks all the way in? Alright, buddy.
这次是我们冲过头了。
He said, I mean, yeah, you know, it actually, like, it feels very Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? You know, for 3 seasons, they stood in front of the gate, challenging all to a duel and to fight, and then as soon as somebody came up, they cowardly ran behind. Frustrated, you know, they ran back again under a hail of arrows, and then, you know, all year long, like Charlie Brown trying to kick a football, they keep coming at it. Alright, obviously it's better to be sincere than to be cunning.
把他们全打趴下！
此战乃是为博取荣耀而战。
尽情厮杀！
乱军终于得以平息。讨平乱贼，澄清四海。 燃遍天下。
Mustang selected to finish them off for me so we can fight the real wars. Yes, I sure hope so. After all, that's what we wanted at the start.
快去！
But he didn't want to do it.
向世人宣告我军大业。
吾等耐性有限。
He's at 100 Imperial favor, so, you know, good for Liu Bao. You know, you don't often see that. I guess maybe he was beating up on Yanshu. Look how many people are still in the game. Governance gives Imperial favor until it doesn't. I see. Alright, well, this is about to be the end of this. But, you know, it was a brave defense. Lu Zheng, you know, she's like, hey, this is a strategy we used to use as bandits. And after she explained it, we're like, will it work? It's like, well, it's just crazy enough to maybe work. Saboteur, yeah. You're going the wrong way around to get it, but that's still fine, because this way you get, you know, guerrilla deployment. This guy isn't happy anymore. Why not? Oh, Filion and Corrupt is on 1 turn cooldown. Well, I don't really care if you hang out here anymore, man. Yeah. You're lucky I'm such a nice guy. I'm just gonna tell you to leave. No, some other people wouldn't be so nice. Not everybody's as reasonable a guy as I am.
快撤！我要消灭你！
Minghuo confess Duosi. Alright, so... An enemy officer now at our mercy. Well, obviously we're going to release them. Flog them, torture them. What? Who do you think I am? Low satisfaction? My general is unhappy. Whom? Oh. She wants a higher court position? Aren't you already in a higher court position? Oh, no, she isn't. Well... We could take your bow away and make you slightly happier. We could give you a title to make you less unhappy. Could just make her happier. This would give less desire for higher office, but yeah. Yeah, we just release him, he'll get mad, probably leave. Yeah, whatever. That's one of our filial and incorrupts, so that's going to sting a lot. I don't think I have another one. I should have thought about that before I did it. But I'd already clicked it. He's at a negative 121. I don't know if anything will keep him okay, right? It seems not tenable. We should have released him so that he doesn't get a grudge.
赶紧接受吧。再会。
And now that one big mistake is probably going to have overarching things that go through our whole faction for the rest of the game, because now everyone's about to get upset. Oh well, who cares? It doesn't matter. We can always stop being a good guy if it's necessary. God. Moron. Been using him for that the whole game, and it was super important for the gameplay. I mean, yeah, but he had filial and incorrupt. It looks like they're gonna go across the water here. Pretty bad. This yellow turban, who knows what they'll do? Can we distract Yuan Shu again? How many supplies does he have?
落叶就像生命中最后的火焰，一统天下。
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. I think now is where we're going to see it all start falling apart.
请下命令。
Because now we're not going to be able to maintain satisfaction in the court because everyone's about to level up and we won't have any offices to give them, so they're all going to start flipping out and we won't be able to do anything about it. Except for get rid of all of them, which, you know, it's not very gotta catch them all. I guess we can just start going up the blue line to try to get satisfaction instead of the red line to try to get replenishment. It'll only take 4 or 5 years to get there. Terrible. Then, of course, it's still 10 more years until we get enough replenishment to when we can actually have a war. Slow going indeed. Yeah, well, can I look? Yeah, I should be ending myself, I know, but... You know, you hate to quit anything while you're losing. That's why I don't gamble. It's not why I don't gamble. I can do math. I can't do math. I can do arithmetic. And that's why I don't gamble. Plenty of people who think they can do arithmetic can't, but I can do it enough to protect myself. Anyway, I mean, why am I getting bent out of shape? If we lose, I'll just start over.
先不打了，暂时不打。行了，说完了。
But I guess Yuan Yuan Shu finally ran out of supplies and walked away, or he went into ambush. Either one's fine. And we got Discourses of the States, so that could be good. We can put that on him. Give us some negative corruption.
吾等大业，天意所归。作乱为祸之徒，不得其死。快去！知难而上，以成大业。
Yuji levels up a bit.
那就快点吧。
Hey! Yan Shao will finally have peace with us. Ain't that about time?
又是你！
There we go.
那就如此吧。
We have achieved peace with Yan Shao. Just in time for everything over here to be crumbling, but...
你要怎样？
又是你这厮！
I'm like, I've never seen this guy in my life. I don't know where he's from. I don't see his flags anywhere. Civil War faction, Alright, so...
拿起武器！
烈火燎原。
Alright, and now we're gonna have Wutagu on, you know... yeah, this is all torn, isn't it? Yeah, this is real ruined. I guess we're about to lose. Ours vessels abandoned is like -30.
再打下去就完了。再打下去就完了。战斗无法解决所有问题，我方尊重你的决定。
拿起武器。
And Yuan finally moves up.
开战！
再一次
I guess we'll go into the pass. I mean, if we're gonna lose the campaign, we might as well do it bravely.
干掉敌军！
I mean, I guess we are losing it. We'll start going up this way for satisfaction, because if we don't have satisfaction, then everybody's gonna leave, so it doesn't matter if our replenishment's trash. Alright, so what did we learn from this failure? Nothing? Yeah, I don't think I learned anything.
就这样吧。
职责所在。
Sayong's only daughter Sayon was captured to take it back to camp. Alright, so we have to have money to ransom her back. Alright, good deal. We will have some money.
释放怒火，消灭敌军。这次是我们冲过头了。原地候命。见识一下我们的激情。
We win? I mean, we win.
承天所助，我军必胜。随我来。 威加海内，乱世随定。
All right, they're in a coalition now, so they would
唯有扫清
reinforce.
六合，天下才能平定。杀他们个片甲不留！大获全胜，毋庸置疑。 职责所在，干掉他们！又赢了一次。请下命令。你我联手，必成大事。我也会饶你一命。
She gets a couple levels. We got that 200% experience on her, so that helps.
全力奋战。
If we sell this to you, because I can't get another vassal because I don't have slots for them, because I'm bad. And then they can lose, you know, their place to the yellow turbans.
大人，听您吩咐。
And then we recall this
有什么
army
可以互相用得上的地方？
大人到此，
and
蓬
just
荜
say
生辉。
whatever
大人
happens
有何
here
不敢？
anymore doesn't matter. We pieced out with Yan Shao, so we'll probably be okay for a bit. And then get over here and try to try to rescue the Imperial City. It feels really bad to make progress and then throw it all away, but you know, sometimes you have to, I guess. Hello, Joyboy. Man, what a shambles. She's not even a bandit? That's too bad. They're in China with the bandits right now? Awesome. Which bandit faction are you playing? But now, of course, this strategy, and it is a strategy, is not going to work anymore because now that they have taken this fishing port here, they've got the replenishment of Hongnong there. So we're not going to be able to keep pushing them off. And we will purchase Scions. So she was a concubine to Liu Biao. But yes, we will purchase her freedom. She joins. Has to leave her children behind. Oh. Very sad indeed. But now the Nightingale has her special stuff. Wizard of the River, eloquent speaker. Oh! Just a fatigue reducer all across. Alright, and then cooldowns abilities as well too. Alright. And we can get a filial and then corrupt out of her. See, I look pretty far in. Just down a long time ago and finally decided to play. Yeah, so this campaign actually here, where this thing here, we started out with most of it. It's so as Dong Zhuo, you start out with the custody of the emperor and with a lot of money relatively, and everybody in the whole world's at war with you basically. And then you just sort of, it's, you know, it's kind of tricky. You gotta figure out what you're trying to do. Say, originally want to play with your brother. Originally got it. Then you don't want to play. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, it can be, the different campaigns you can do are very, very different in how you get to experience it. I've only got a couple 100 hours into the game now. Oh, this saboteur is going to leave because we can't keep anybody happy. Oh, but she has a sad poem. Jolene is often covered by frost and snow. The form in spring again, spring and summer. Yes, beautiful stuff. Good job, Sion. Although I would like this assassin to stay with me and poison volley things. You know, I guess, you know, if you can't keep people happy, what are you gonna do, right? We literally can't do anything about it. We could get rid of the people who currently have, you know, places to be. Alright, let's get this army out
闻风
here.
而动，雷厉风行。
请下命令。冷静沉着。
机不可失，时不再来。
At least Luigi gives you that big replenishment bonus. Banner replenishes bonus clutch. Yeah, I've won with the bandits. I played with Dong Zhuo in 200. You start out like over, not there, over here. And the course of it, I ran all the way across China, all the way through here, all the way through here. Barely stayed alive. At like 100 turns in, the only place I had was up here. And then 100 turns later, I didn't have much more. But then I took over the world.
开战！
Negative 5%? Who's giving me negative 5% replenishment? Is it you?
主公尽管吩咐，
We're gonna put this guy in charge. He'll give replenishment when he's commanding.
以柔克刚。
Does he give a negative one? I'm sure I don't know. But maybe these delayed them for long enough, right? Because we're about to sacrifice all of this, but maybe we delayed them long enough. That's what we'll have to hope for. Might as well fill out this retinue with what? I mean, just more cav, I guess, even though I never use it right. Because tier 1 units are worse than not having anything. Could get the unique cav, but it's just slower, and I don't think that the things it's better at matter.
不能再消耗物资看压他们了。
Well, we got some item I don't recognize.
江河涌动，奔腾不息。
Oh, guess I'll look order to the Commandery of Administration. Good. You'll take that.
违令者斩！向前进军！
朋友，别来无
Vessel's still doing good. Okay.
谨遵命令。吕奉先来也。
And somehow this vigorous defense of the pass works. And now Lu Bu is here. And that means we'll be okay. Reports of my demise were greatly exaggerated.
耐心等候，敌军必中圈套。
力求上进，功名震天。
Man finally gets fire arrows. Good, good, good. Lucian gets Guardian.
森林万古长存。
So fatigue immune buff, Fist of the Righteous. Good, and Die Hard, which gives you evasion when you're low, and then evasion and unbreakable when you're lower. Cool. Now she'll get Filial and Corrupt, and we might give somebody else that admin job. We might, but we might not. There we go, and now we can declare Gongsun Zan an enemy of the Han, unless there's somebody else we would want to do it to more. No, he's a good choice. And that'll have people beating up on him as his faction and coalition is gaining some ascendance. If we give her an army out here, what's the worst that'll happen?
我已准备好作战了。
Does she not get any satisfaction for having one? A little bit, well.
天下宿命，尽在我等。
若非两败俱伤，我方才不会议和。
Hanfu sides peace, and that's going to get us higher with most of these factions, which is very good. And the old choke point defense working wonderfully. This is just how it doesn't work in Warhammer. They just go under the mountain in Warhammer.
这些贼兵，人人得而诛之，谨遵命令。
We have to be harsh with the non-men, or everybody will get mad at me for it.
"为天下黎民，一统天下。 我吕奉先自是一方英雄。
I'm like, oh, I can catch them?
杀光他们！
Sweet. It'll be better to, yeah, it'll be better to bust them up first and then come up to hit the next one.
我很满意。
But really, I'm thinking, yeah, you know, I've been saying I should stop for a bit, and we're gonna go ahead and stop now. This is a good stopping spot.
放了他们，让他们牢记我的大恩。放了这群废物，我一人便可横扫千
When we
军。
return, we'll be able to pop this, get Liu Bao out of here. See about taking that bow away. He took the bow away from Hong Zhong. How could he? The man needs his bow. But anyway, you know, we might lose Dao Chun. No, we'll give her a title. There you go, Chief of Records. There you go. We just need to filial and incorrupt somewhere else, and then we'll be okay. And satisfaction will once again be fine. It's like whenever one of the filial and incorrupts rolls over, it's like, you know, it's about to be over for you. But there we go. These are like, you know, we need to give these guys a real army eventually. They're the biggest champions of this whole faction. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and end the video now because I need sleep and I shouldn't talk so loud this late into the night. But when we return, we will be rolling up this garrison here, and hopefully moving over in this direction and dissuading them from popping this pass, because of course the longer it takes them to get it, the better it is for us. And we might even move up and retake Luoyang, even though I mean, we might. But fundamentally, I kind of like this buffer area existing, because we're going to be needing to deal with the Nunmen soon, right? And this whole thing is Nunmen. I can just tell it is. So that should be interesting. Anyway. Dong Zhuo. We've never done anything wrong. When fighting actual bandits, we did what we had to do. When fighting actual rebels, we did what we had to do. And when fighting other governors and loyal subjects of the Han, we tried to do our best to reach non-lethal solutions to problems. And it's even working, you know? It's working so well. Now, Cao Cao is doing okay, and that's bad. And Sun Jian is doing really good, and that's bad. But he is still alive, and that is good. Because as long as he's alive, Sun Ce isn't running the faction. And that means we might be able to steal him. Right? You know, maybe not yet. But the point is that theoretically, we could take Sun Ce away for my, what apparently is my new plan of action, which is to always get Sun Ce in your faction. But anyway, so there's the map right now. Sun Jian doing much too well for himself. He's going to be a duke in no time, because who can stand against him, right? Who's even fighting him? Oh, everybody's fighting him. He is an enemy of the Han, after all. Well, they're not doing very well, are they? But of course, there's plenty of them who used to be at war with me, and now we've peaced out. Oh, we could even peace out with Liu Biao. Well, I'm more concerned with getting them out of my land, because we have to take this first, and then we can peace out with him. Maybe with benefits. Because we know that Wutegu is rampaging in. He's a real fighter. He's a real fighter. And it's going to be Nanmen City for a long time over here. Obviously, this side of the river always is, but it's a little bit of a slog in front of us, perhaps, but that's not true. It's going to be great. As we see so far, Lu Bu is a talented warrior and a prolific achiever. But anyway, wonderful stuff. Somehow managing to hold it together, at least for a little while. Gonna get rid of Gongdu. We know Matong is very poor. But that doesn't mean that he's going to just sign up for the faction, right? But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed this episode of Misunderstood Dong Zhuo. But when I get up in the morning, I'll probably do this again. So Anyway, perhaps I'll see you there. Good night, Luke. Good night, Joy Boy. Good night, everybody. Hope you enjoyed, and maybe I'll see you in another streamer video.